This is a CBS News Miami special report.
We're interrupting your regular programming right now to bring you some breaking news out of Southwest Miami-Dade. A shooting investigation is underway right now. These are live pictures from Chopper 4 of that scene. You could see the extensive police presence there right now, rather Sheriff's Office presence, Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office deputies on the scene right now. The address to this specific location is 12242 Southwest 128th Street in Southwest Miami-Dade. To give you some perspective, if you're not familiar, that is just west of where the Florida Turnpike meets the 874, the Don Shula Expressway. So as you can see right now, Southwest 128th Street blocked off in both directions right now because of this massive investigation happening here in Southwest Miami-Dade. We see one ambulance on the scene, multiple sheriff's office cruisers there, all seem like they rushed up on this scene and parked anywhere that they could. We see several law enforcement officers still on this scene at this time. We do also have some other video. I'm not sure if it's available to show right now. Here it is. This is the scene at HCA Kendall Hospital, a few minutes north of where the shooting investigation is happening. This is where an ambulance arrived a few minutes ago after the turnpike was basically shut down to transport whoever is in that or was in that ambulance. They were rushed into the emergency vehicle bay there at HCA Kendall to be treated at this hospital right now. We do want to let you know that we have multiple crews going to these various scenes right now. We have a crew on the way, if not already at the hospital, on the ground there getting information. We have multiple crews also headed to that scene at 12242 Southwest 128th Street. To give you some perspective, for a shooting investigation, the victim in this case, we're still working to confirm exactly who was possibly shot here, was transported by ground, not airlifted. So we saw them be transported and traffic be blocked off for this ambulance to be taken from the scene at Southwest 128th Street up to HCA Kendall, which is off of Bird Road and the Turnpike. About a 15 to 17-minute drive with usual traffic in the afternoon on a Friday. Obviously, perhaps a bit quicker because of the emergency response here, but that might give us some indication whether the injuries of the person in the ambulance are severe, whether they were life-threatening, or whether they thought that they could take the time to go via ambulance instead of via a helicopter. Of course, we are trying to get this information all confirmed at this time. We do not know if there were any other injuries, if there was just one person transported to the hospital. We don't know if the suspect was in, or if the shooter rather is still on the scene, if the shooter got away, if the shooter was also injured in this. There's so many details that we still need to work out for you. But what you're looking at right now is those live pictures above the scene at 12242 Southwest 128th Street in Southwest Miami-Dade, again to the west of the Florida Turnpike, right where it meets up with the Don Shula Expressway. Looking at that particular address, there are several different businesses and like what looks like an industrial or perhaps warehouse area. We're not exactly sure if this is connected to something happening in one of those businesses or if this happened on the street, but we are looking at several different cars still parked there, so it looks like people might still be inside. Perhaps they'll have to answer questions, witnesses that may have seen exactly what happened here at this scene. But this looks to be behind or on the side of this warehouse area, on the opposite side from where the heavy police presence is at the time, or rather the sheriff's office presence is right now. We're trying to get more information, and if my producer has any updates, Javi, if you want to give me anything you might have, fill me in so I can continue to inform our viewers here. We're still waiting to get everything confirmed. But from what it looks like at this time, we believe the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office will be at least heavily involved in this investigation, perhaps the lead in this investigation, just based on the amount of Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy vehicles there on the scene. This is again a picture, video rather, from HCA Kendall Hospital where that ambulance was. We're actually hearing right now that Miami-Dade Fire Rescue says this is a police matter. one adult was taken to the hospital, but that's all they're confirming for us at this time, that it's a police matter or a sheriff's office matter, and that one adult was taken to the hospital. I don't believe we know whether that adult is a man or a woman or any other details beyond that as to the identity of who was transported. But an immense police and law enforcement presence right now at the scene. Okay, we're getting a look at this Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office cruiser. It looks like an SUV. I'm trying to see if I'm making out any issues with that. It looks like right on the other side of that SUV cruiser, there appears to be a tarp covering part of the vehicle that's parked in that parking lot. It looks like it's the back of the vehicle. Those other vehicles are backed into their parking spaces, so it looks like this one might be as well. We see a yellow tarp. We do not know any details as to whether something is in that vehicle. We just see that one police cruiser and, of course, a lot of crime scene tape surrounding those specific cars. 4 cars there, one with that yellow tarp on top of it. We do see some law enforcement officers with their protective tactical gear on the scene there at the bottom right corner of your screen. It looks like he's got a helmet as well as a vest. We don't know if this is still an active situation. Again, this is a shooting investigation, obviously active in terms of the investigation, but we don't know if it's active in that they are looking for someone, in that there is an active, perhaps, shooter on the scene. Based on their positioning and their stance, it does not appear to be the case, but again, we do not have that information confirmed. We do not know if anyone is in custody. We don't know the extent of anyone's injuries. All we know so far, per the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue Department, is that one adult was transported to HCA Kendall Hospital, which is a trauma center. They are equipped to handle all types of injuries. So that person was transported from this scene at 12242 Southwest 128th Street, very close by the turnpike. So we were hearing some reports of the turnpike being shut down in both directions, just looking at the map on my apps here, like many of you do if you're heading out for the afternoon. There's a lot of red in that area because, of course, traffic is very slow. I don't know if it is still shut down because the person who was transported appears to already be at the hospital. Now we are getting confirmation from sources. We are still waiting to get this directly from the sheriff's office, but we are hearing that, according to our sources, that a deputy has been shot. We do not know any other details at this time. A deputy could be from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, but we do not know the specifics of which agency is involved. We know that this is a law enforcement matter per Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, who says that one adult was transported, and now we know that that one adult is a deputy. This is a traffic camera right now. I'm not sure. I'm trying to look at the picture there, and Chantel, maybe you can read it for me. Does that say 122nd Street on that? For the cross street there, I'm just trying to make it out at the bottom of the screen to give people an idea of exactly, or 122nd Avenue, excuse me. So on 122nd Avenue, that's the cross street. You could see on 120th Street, or rather 128th Street, completely shut down. There is no getting through this area whatsoever. You can see from the traffic cameras and just based on those buildings on either side, this is a more industrial business type of area, not residential. Perhaps if you travel a few more blocks to the west, that's where you would see a few more residences. But this right off of the turnpike is a place where people work and do business and handle things like that. So that is the area where the police investigation is happening right now. You can see just how many of those cruisers are parked there all over the street on both sides, again blocking traffic on 128th Street at 122nd Avenue. And we did see, this again is from that same scene as we changed the picture there, again that sheriff's deputy. It's still marked as police, by the way. You could see it, I believe, if you zoom in. It might still look like it says police, obviously the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office now. As that changed earlier in the year, we're starting to see some of these law enforcement people going into the scene, into the crime scene tape to get a closer look at exactly what they are dealing with here. Let's continue. They're zooming in a bit, and you could see there at the top of the screen, you could just make out that yellow tarp covering a vehicle. I can't tell exactly what is on top of that tarp. I can't tell if it's just a brick to hold the tarp down from perhaps blowing in the wind. And it looks like there might also be a tarp on the front side of the vehicle covering one side. I see some other bricks on the roof of the vehicle, so it looks like they're trying to cover multiple sides of that one car. That looks like a regular vehicle, not a law enforcement vehicle, or if it is law enforcement, unmarked. It just looks like another car that was parked in this particular business area next to a few other cars there. We are still working on getting information on exactly what caused this scene to break out in the first place. We're working our sources. We're trying to get more information from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. I think I see someone with a shirt that says FDLE there on the back of his shirt. Usually when there is a deputy or an officer involved in a shooting, whether they are shooting someone or they are shot, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement immediately comes in to assist with that investigation. And that's who we're seeing there just behind that pole there on the scene. It looks like it says police and FDLE. Again, all the crews there in their tactical gear, but they're not in any sort of stance that would indicate that they believe there's an active threat. Again, we are working on confirming whether or not that is the case. We see the detectives out there. They're typically in plain clothes with their shirt and tie, and they're going and collecting more information. And then, of course, all the other law enforcement patrol officers and deputies who are on the scene managing traffic, which is going to be just a nightmare in this area for the foreseeable future. 4:38 right now on a Friday afternoon. If you know anyone who lives or works in that area, tell them to find an alternate route, or they might have to hang tight before going anywhere near there, because when we were looking at that traffic camera shot before, it looked like 128th Street at 122nd Avenue and well beyond was blocked off. There, that's 128th Street, and the cross street there is 122nd Avenue, and it looks like for many more blocks it is still completely blocked off. On the map here, where we can kind of see the traffic conditions, where it shows you what's red and what's yellow and what's green, it looks like it's slow perhaps to at least 125th Avenue, so that's stretching out to the west. And then as they make their way toward the turnpike to the east, just barely to the east of this particular location, it's very close by, that is also slow going. I'm hoping that we can get confirmation on whether the turnpike is still shut down. We're getting some more information right now from our law enforcement sources telling us that the suspect involved in this shooting is dead. We don't have any further details at this time. Unknown if that is why that one vehicle is covered with a tarp. I do not know if that is where the suspect is. But again, we were mentioning how because of the posture of these investigators, it didn't seem as though they were concerned with an active threat at the moment. But what we do know, beyond the fact that the suspect is dead, according to our sources, is that a deputy was shot in the midst of whatever happened here. And if you're just joining us right now, to give you an idea of the location you're looking at, this is 12242 Southwest 128th Street. And I'm hearing right now that that deputy who was shot is in critical condition at this hour. This all unfolding within the last 30 to 40 minutes or so. I'm not sure exactly when the call went out that there was a deputy who was shot at this scene, but in that time, that deputy was taken by ambulance from this scene at 12242 Southwest 128th Street and driven to HCA Kendall Medical Center, which is also a trauma center. So as a critical patient, that would make sense to take him or her, we do not know who exactly this deputy is at this time, to that particular facility. But not by chopper, which is interesting. They chose to take this deputy by ambulance, but they did shut down the roads to make that process smoother and faster to get that deputy to the hospital as quickly as possible. I know we did have a reporter arriving to the hospital, so I'd be curious to know what the scene is there as far as how much police presence. Okay, I'm not sure if these are live pictures or pictures from earlier. Javi, if you want to let me know. Okay, great. Thank you so much. These are live pictures. You could see The staff just walking about. So there isn't too much in the way of massive police presence, at least not from our viewpoint. That doesn't mean that there isn't, a large contingent of law enforcement starting to gather. What we typically see in instances like this where a law enforcement officer is injured in the line of duty is that a call goes out over, the radio, and many people start to gather to, line up for their brother or sister in blue and to show their support. From this vantage point, we're not seeing that. I do know that from the earlier shot that we had from the chopper, from the ambulance point of view, that we did see a bit of law enforcement there on the scene. These are pictures from earlier when when that ambulance first arrived at the scene into the ambulance bay at the emergency room. You could see a couple of police or sheriff's office vehicles there at the scene. But from what it looks like right now, it doesn't seem as if they've started to gather at that location just yet, but that doesn't mean that can't happen. And if you're not familiar with HCA Kendall Hospital, that is right off of Bird Road and the Turnpike. So traffic in that area at Southwest 40th Street, this is a side street near the hospital, so it's looking like everything's flowing fine, but it could be a bit slower going on 40th Street, Bird Road, and you could also be dealing with some traffic on the Turnpike today. Whether you're approaching Bird Road from the north or the south, it might be very slow. So if you do have friends or family who are leaving work or heading out on this Friday, that might not be a great option. We're working to get some more details on exactly the traffic conditions in that area. I do know that the Turnpike had been closed earlier, but we're working to find out if that is back open. Once again, these are live pictures, though, from the initial scene at 12242 Southwest 128th Street near Country Walk. This is in Southwest Miami-Dade. You can see that one vehicle covered with, it looks like from my vantage point, two different tarps, but at least one there on the back side of that vehicle where there is a Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office vehicle. It still says police because they haven't transitioned all of their vehicles just yet from saying police to Sheriff's Office, but this is with Miami-Dade County, and that vehicle looks like it perhaps drove through the grassy area to, I don't know if they were blocking that vehicle in or if the suspect was in that car, because we do know, according to our sources, that the suspect is dead right now in connection to this shooting investigation. Again, a deputy shot and in critical condition on this Friday afternoon. The details we have confirmed from our sources so far is that a deputy was shot and the suspect is dead, all connected to this scene, all of this unfolding within the last hour or so. Again, this particular scene is near the Turnpike where it meets 874, the Don Shula Expressway. So lots of cars, of course, coming from the east, coming from the downtown area to start making their way home on this Friday afternoon into the suburbs of Southwest Miami-Dade. It's going to be very slow going for those people. So you might want to give your loved ones a heads up if that is typically part of their commute on a Friday afternoon. We're still trying to get details as to exactly what started all of this. Does it have any connection to any of the businesses? Did they follow that car into that area? We don't know at this time. It's still too early. We're trying to get all of our sources to give us the best information possible, and of course we will bring that to you as soon as we can. I'm not sure if any of our reporters are already on the ground and available to give us their vantage point. I do see once again that shot from HCA Kendall from the ground, where again it looks like, business as usual, at least from that spot. Typically, we would see a lot of police presence in the hospital when there is a deputy involved in a shooting, or if a deputy has been injured and is in critical condition. Not to say there isn't a lot of police presence there, we just can't see it from this particular vantage point. But we do know that there is a heavy police presence right now on Southwest 128th Street near 122nd Avenue. That's completely blocked off. There is no driving through that area right now, and it looks like that's going to be for quite a while, well into the evening, as this investigation continues to unfold. And that is that shot right here. You see both sides, east and westbound of Southwest 128th Street, are blocked off. No cars will be getting through. I do see some cars perhaps trying to leave those businesses right along Southwest 128th Street. I'm guessing law enforcement will escort them to get them out, but otherwise I do not think any cars will be able to make their way through this area for quite some time. I'm going to look on the map here just to try and give people an idea of what other options they have. It's a Miami. Okay, thank you so much, Javi. So now we can confirm that it is in fact a Miami-Dade deputy, which makes sense since we knew it was a deputy shot, but we do want to confirm that the deputy is from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office and that we know that the deputy is in critical condition right now at the hospital. Wasn't airlifted to the hospital, but was taken very quickly by ambulance to HCA Kendall Hospital for treatment for what we know now to be critical injuries. And as you see there on your screen, our source is also telling us that the suspect is dead. So unclear if there was any other deputy or law enforcement who also exchanged gunfire. We do not know that at this time, or whether it was just the deputy and this one suspect engaged with one another. We do not know. We, of course, are working to get that information for you. But if you do need to get around this area at all, it looks like you might have to take 136th Street to the south to try to go to the west. If you're on the west side of this area, take 136th Street and then take that take some of the other side streets like 127th Avenue if it's open. I know that it's closed at 122nd Avenue. I'm not sure if that extends all the way to 127th, but just looking there in the distance there of that shot, it looks like multiple blocks are blocked off. So traffic is going to be snarled for quite a bit of time. The traffic camera is turning a bit. And I'm not sure, are these live pictures that we're looking at right now, Javi? I'm not sure. Is this on the turnpike blocking the exit? Okay, so it looks like the turnpike is blocking, or this is the exit to, I would imagine, Southwest 128th Street. I'm not 100% sure, but that would make sense based on where the turnpike meets the 874 and then 128th Street. I would imagine that they want to minimize traffic to that area completely. So you could see, it looks like Florida Highway Patrol is assisting, obviously, in handling the traffic situation to keep those cars moving. But at least the turnpike itself is now open and moving from what we could see. It looks a little bit slower going there in that spot, but then it looks to be clearing out. So the turnpike might not be as bad, but those side streets and specifically Southwest 128th Street, it's going to be a no-go for most people this evening. We're starting to see actually, though, some of these deputy vehicles drive out of the way. So we're looking at those SUVs coming out now. I'm wondering if they're going to try, because it seems as though the situation is contained, if they're going to try and open up at least 1 or 2 lanes to traffic so people can start to get by. Because again, it is almost 5 o'clock on a Friday. Rush hour in Miami really starts, all day long, but this is when it really starts to heat up as people are trying to get home from work on a Friday. So they might be starting to figure out a way to open some of the traffic. Yeah, it's looking like more and more of these cars are starting to, these law enforcement vehicles are starting to file out of 128th Street. And from what I could see in the distance, there's still flashing lights. So it looks like they still haven't opened it to other traffic at this time, but I'm imagining once some of those lanes are cleared up on 128th Street, other vehicles will be able to get by. Of course, a lot of vehicles were there because of the investigation, because when you hear the shot, the call rather, of a deputy shot in the line of duty, law enforcement from all over descends on a place, but also they were there to help control traffic because this deputy was taken to the hospital by ambulance. The deputy, we know now in critical condition, arrived in the hospital about 20 or 30 minutes ago, sometime before 4:30. I believe that deputy was already at the hospital, so has been being treated at that trauma center for quite some time now. We don't know the extent of the injuries in terms of where specifically this deputy was shot, but we are hearing from our sources that the deputy is in critical condition at this time and the suspect is dead. As far as where exactly the suspect is, we're also working to confirm that. But as you can see there on the left side of your screen towards the top, there is that one vehicle covered with a couple of yellow tarps so no one can see in through the back window, or the right side of the car, the passenger side, looks to be uncovered. It looks like there might be a tarp on the front driver's side, but it's very hard to make out from this spot because all those cars there happen to back into the parking spot rather than the other way around. So it's hard to tell if there is a tarp on the driver's side front of the car, but we do see, it looks like a couple of people taking a very close look at the car. They're right next to it, in between that other vehicle, walking around, assessing whatever it is happened in that spot. And right now, though, just taking a look at the traffic, we're still seeing a lot of law enforcement officers just walking across the street, still blocked off. So even though we saw lots of those cruisers leaving the scene, it still has not completely cleared out. And that would be when they would possibly open it to some traffic again. But that is not the case here right now. If you are just joining us, this is happening at 12242 Southwest 128th Street. This is near Country Walk in Southwest Miami-Dade. When we did a search of that specific address, it looks like it's a business area. There's various different, warehouses, perhaps some gym facilities, rental car places, repair shops for vehicle collisions. So that's to give you an idea of what type of work happens there. I'm starting to see, it looks like they might be letting some cars turn to get onto the turnpike from here, where Chapter 4 is giving us a better view of exactly what's going on. We're seeing another vehicle, though, make its way toward that scene. Looks like that is clearly law enforcement as well, starting to get to that scene. Let me see if we could see more than that. It's zoomed in pretty far. Okay, so that's at 128th Street at 122nd Avenue. That's been where this investigation has been focused so far. So that entire intersection still blocked off. It looks like they're redirecting traffic. It looked like at 122nd Avenue, if cars going northbound on 122nd Avenue are being forced to turn to the right on Southwest 128th Street. They cannot go left. That's where this investigation is happening. But just in the last 5 to 10 minutes or so, the police cruiser presence has greatly diminished. We saw sort of a caravan of some of these cruisers starting to leave that area. That one truck, though, just did arrive there, so unclear why a unit like that, a heavy-duty type of armored type of unit, would just be arriving. But now we're seeing one turn around and go elsewhere at that scene. So we're still trying to piece together all the different details of exactly what led to this shooting where a Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office deputy was shot at 12242 Southwest 128th Street. We see a lot of Florida Highway Patrol troopers on the scene as well, helping to direct the traffic in that area. You see Miami-Dade police. Those are their old vehicles. They don't say sheriff's office, but those are, deputies in those vehicles driving those. And it looks like they're starting to make their way away from the scene, which could be an indication that traffic might be opening up soon in this area. This doesn't look to be the actual scene. It looks like the cars are just driving through there, perhaps to clear. Okay, so we are hearing now, thank you from our producer Ashley, that scene is possibly related to the scene just on the other side of 122nd Avenue. Again, this is all along Southwest 128th Street. 122nd Avenue. To the west of that is where we see the crime scene tape with the vehicle covered with yellow tarps, and where that Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office SUV was up on the grass there, sort of blocking the view of that car. But it looks like to the east of 122nd Avenue, that is where we're seeing all of this right now. I'm not sure what's going on here, because that is a heavy-duty, police law enforcement vehicle to be on that scene, and the cars are now all pulling in to this area that doesn't appear to have any other cars there, but perhaps there's parking on the other side. I'm not seeing any lines for actual parking in this spot, but we are seeing, for some reason, a lot of these sheriff's SUVs making their way to this area. So I'm just going to look here at the map. So this looks like it is on the east side of 122nd Avenue and 128th Street. Again, just various different businesses here. There's all sorts of different ones. I won't list them by name just because they might not have anything to do with this, so I don't want to say that. But it does look actually like the parking for this building is on the other side, so that's why we're not seeing any other cars. I'm not sure if they're just moving these vehicles here so they can clear out the street to open it for traffic, because it doesn't look like there's a lot of urgency in the way that the law enforcement officers are moving in this area. It looks like they might just literally be parking their cars there. But this is just to the east of the actual scene. Unknown if something actually happened at this location, but obviously connected in the sense that there's a lot of law enforcement now parked over there as well. Again, our sources are telling CBS News Miami that a Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office deputy has been shot and is now in critical condition. We know the suspect is dead. Other than that, we do not know what sparked this altercation. We do not know whether another deputy or other law enforcement was involved in any exchange of gunfire. We are working on getting all those details, and that's why we have crews all spread out all over the scene to bring you the latest information as soon as we get more details here at CBS News Miami. The officer, rather the deputy, has already been transported to HCA Kendall for treatment in critical condition. We have a crew there on the ground as well, keeping an eye on whether the law enforcement presence starts to build. Yeah, now that we're getting a wider shot of this particular location, it seems as though they just moved over to this spot to the east of 122nd Avenue to park. From what I can tell, correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like they're just perhaps trying to clear out the street, because now looking at the smaller box on your screen, there's much fewer vehicles blocking the road. So perhaps they are trying to get it prepared to reopen as soon as possible to be ready for that 5 o'clock Friday afternoon Miami-Dade rush hour traffic as people try to make their way through this area on Southwest 128th Street. I'd love to pick up the shot, if we can, in the smaller box, if needed, of the hospital, if we have that. I'm not sure if we still have that ground shot from the hospital, just to see if any law enforcement has started to gather, as they tend to do when a law enforcement officer is injured in the line of duty. I know from where we were looking earlier, it didn't look like there was a lot of law enforcement presence. This is the video from earlier this afternoon, about an hour ago, where that ambulance was driven into the ambulance bay at HCA Kendall Hospital. We saw someone taken out of that ambulance on a stretcher with multiple people tending to whoever was on that stretcher. We do not know any details beyond Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office deputy. We don't know the name of that person at this time. We don't know how long they've been on the force. We don't know whether it's a man or a woman. We're still trying to get all of those details for you. As soon as we know more, of course, we will bring it to you here on CBS News Miami. So this is the video from the hospital about an hour or so ago, a little less than an hour ago. But this is the scene right now at Southwest 128th Street and 122nd Avenue. I believe that is live pictures, not video from earlier. I'm going to toss things over right now to Jim Barry, who's of course been gathering as much information as he can. Do you have any updates for us, Jim?
Well, Lauren, let's retrace the steps here. The police got a call about this at 4 p.m. that a Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy had been shot. And now we have this active scene that is unfolding. As you see, that tarp is over this green Mustang with tinted windows, and apparently that is the focal point of this entire investigation. We see that there's a police vehicle very near it. As you mentioned, a Miami-Dade Sheriff's officer is in critical condition. One suspect is dead. We did see video of police taking that officer apparently to a regional hospital there in Kendall, a few minutes away from this scene. And so now we're waiting to find out exactly what kind of confrontation occurred here. Our crews are on their way to the scene to give us an update on exactly what has happened. But Lauren, as you mentioned earlier, traffic was completely shut down in this area for a while. Now it appears to be loosening up, but still a very active scene right now.
Okay, and this again, as you were mentioning that, I think you said green Mustang. It was hard for me to make out as I was looking on a very small screen earlier, but you could see the tarp covering the back of that vehicle, as well as it looks like the front driver's side being held down by bricks so they don't fly away. And that one Miami-Dade police vehicle right up to the back of it. Unclear if it's just parked there or if it actually crashed into that vehicle. They are so close together, and it looks like that, law enforcement vehicle drove right through the grass to get up onto this other vehicle here at this scene. So this is at Southwest 128th Street and 122nd Avenue. That's where the investigation has really been focused at this time. But of course, there's a lot of focus as well at HCA Kendall Hospital, where that deputy was taken by ground, by ambulance, not airlifted to the hospital. But on a normal day, that's about a 20-minute drive from this particular location up to Bird Road and the Turnpike, where HCA Kendall is located. Obviously, we know that they shut down the Turnpike to make that trip as quickly as possible for this deputy who was injured that we now know is in critical condition. So that deputy is now being treated at HCA, which is a trauma center. So they are equipped to handle all types of injuries, gunshot wounds, you name it. This is where this deputy would want to go in an instance like this. So I do know that we have a crew, I believe, on the ground at the hospital right now. If are you hearing anything as far as
in fact,
a reporter there?
CBS News Miami's Tanya Francois is live at the hospital right now with an update on what's going on there. Tanya.
That's right, Jim. Lauren, I got here about 30 minutes ago. It's been a steady stream of police officers. HCA Kendall is not like other hospitals, typically Jackson, where officers tend to go to. There are I've seen about maybe 2-3 dozen officers pull up. It's hard because of the layout of this hospital, where they are. I was positioned a little bit closer. Hospital officials asked us to move. Other media has since arrived. So we are in a designated area where it's difficult to see. And I imagine that's intentional, to give the officers, give their loved ones some privacy as they deal with their own officer who is now injured. What another officer, a high-ranking official who we're used to seeing on scenes like this, I asked him, is the officer going to be okay? He says, I do not know. I am going inside right now to find out. And that is the only thing we've heard here. From time to time, you can definitely hear, I can hear more officers arriving. So any minute now, we understand, as Lauren, you said earlier, the scene is starting to clear a little bit where this happened. So I imagine more as the evening progresses will come here to check on the officer. But so far we're talking to the officers as they arrive, and no one's saying anything, with understanding. We've seen some people running, so we can only imagine that they're possibly loved ones or people who want to know how this officer is doing. One woman, actually, as a matter of fact, you can see Miami-Dade schools arriving right here, right now. A lot of them are behind me. You can see they're pulling up on the grass here. They're parking wherever there isn't any parking here already. It's very tight. So wherever they can find parking is where they're going, and we can see that they're all running in.
All right, Tanya Francois, I'm glad you cleared that up for us, because that was a question we had as we were looking at those live pictures from the hospital. Typically, as she mentioned, at Jackson Memorial Hospital, another trauma center, you could see all the law enforcement build up in a situation like this. But from our vantage point there where Tanya is, in that shot we had on the ground, it was very difficult to see. But of course, that's not surprising at all that law enforcement comes together in times like this, not just, I'm sure, from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, but from multiple agencies. Usually when someone is injured like this in the line of duty, the call goes out on the radio, and anyone who's available and hears it, no matter the jurisdiction, no matter the agency, they go to show support. I think she just mentioned Miami-Dade schools. I know FHP is helping out with traffic in that area as well, because this is going to be a long night as this investigation continues to unfold in Southwest Dade. And
now we have a panoramic view of this scene, and to give folks an idea again of where this is, on Southwest 128th Street, and this is your typical warehouse district here in South Florida, a hodgepodge of different kind of businesses. So we're not certain exactly if the location has any relevance to this apparent confrontation that occurred between this Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy and the person or people inside this green Mustang with the tinted windows, as we see the yellow tarp over it. Often that's an indication that there is a deceased person inside that vehicle. We do know that there is the report of a suspect being dead, and as we have reported a number of times now, the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Officer is in critical condition at this hour.
And now you're seeing both, vantage points. These are both from the same scene. One is just closer, and one is showing you the traffic there on Southwest 128th Street. In just the last 20 or 30 minutes or so, you've seen just the amount of vehicles that have cleared out from the street. A few minutes ago, all lanes in both directions were completely filled with vehicles from various law enforcement agencies blocking off the traffic in that area. So it seems as though they are starting to scale back as far as how many officers and agencies are on that scene at this time. We also saw just a few minutes ago, there is an area, some businesses just to the east of 122nd Avenue. So it would be on the bottom part of the screen where you can't see there. There, it looks like they took a lot of the vehicles to park in order to get them off of the street there on Southwest 128th Street to perhaps hopefully reopen reopen it to traffic very soon. Of course, the main concern here, traffic is a huge issue, but the main concern is making sure that this investigation is done thoroughly and that they get any evidence that they need. And if that means that Southwest 128th Street needs to be blocked off for hours, that will be the case if that is what Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office deems necessary here.
Absolutely, and we see exactly where this is, as you mentioned, Lauren, on 122nd Avenue, 128th Street. No traffic going through that intersection at all. Traffic on the turnpike had been shut down briefly, and as you mentioned, now it appears that traffic slowly in surrounding areas is beginning to move again, but certainly not in this immediate area. In case you were just joining us on CBS News Miami, the call came in shortly after 4 p.m. about a Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy being shot. We now know that deputy has been taken to a hospital. We also know that a suspect is dead. We do see a vehicle there, a green Mustang with yellow tarp over it. An indication perhaps that there is a deceased person inside of that vehicle, but we haven't confirmed that as of yet also. This is in a warehouse district there in Southwest Miami-Dade, and we're not certain exactly what type of confrontation may have occurred between the suspect and the officer, which led to this shooting which occurred about an hour or so ago.
This is video once again from the HCA Kendall Hospital where that deputy was taken, we now know, in critical condition. Ashley, are these are live pictures? No, right? Because our chopper is at the scene. This is video. I just wanted to confirm. This is video from about an hour ago when that ambulance first pulled up to the hospital. They quickly took the person who was on the stretcher there inside of the ambulance right into the hospital. There were a few people surrounding the deputy at the time as that person was being wheeled in. So that was what the scene was like a short time ago at the hospital. But these are the live pictures from our traffic camera there in the area at Southwest 122nd Avenue and 128th Street. I'm trying to make out the specific name there at the bottom right of the screen. I'm not sure if it says Copeland Plaza, but just to give people an idea.
Yeah, it looks like it says Cortland Plaza.
Okay, just to give people an idea in case they're familiar with this area, that is where you want to avoid right now. This is just to the west of the turnpike where it meets 874, the Don Shula at 128th Street. Again, both east and westbound at this area still closed off at this time. This is 122nd, but as you look to the very top of your screen, as the road gets narrower there at the top, you could tell that it is blocked off for many, many blocks. So it's going to be a huge swath of area that is going to need to be avoided as this investigation continues here in Southwest Miami-Dade near Country Walk.
And Lauren, as you know, certainly on a Friday evening around 5 p.m., the traffic is normally extremely heavy in that area, so I can only imagine that it'll be even worse as a result. But of course, we are staying on top of this developing story, Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy being shot. And this is a look at what happened earlier. And as you see earlier, about an hour or so ago, the scene was much more heavily populated. Many officers there in tactical gear responding to this call. Again, we're not certain about what led to this confrontation between the suspect and the Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy. We did see some heavy police gear moving in about a half an hour or so ago. We're not sure exactly what that might indicate, but police earlier were quickly on this scene to block off all traffic in and out of that area at 128th Street and 122nd Avenue.
It looks like those vehicles, the armored type vehicles, came to the scene and then turned around and parked on the east side of 122nd Avenue at another, business area nearby. So unclear again why they were there, but when they did arrive on the scene, they sort of quickly turned around. This is another traffic camera giving us sort of a bird's eye view there of the intersection of 128th Street and 122nd Avenue. I'm wondering what's going to become of all these vehicles that are, parked in their place of business right now. Are they going to be able to get out? Is law enforcement going to sort of make a path for them? But it's starting to clear out. It's starting to look like they might be opening some lanes of traffic soon to let people at least get in and out of the area now that it appears that we know that the suspect is dead and any immediate threat has been contained to this specific location. Again, from the traffic camera, you can't really make it out. It's right there if you're looking at the middle of your screen by the trees and the power lines. That's where behind that is that vehicle that's covered in a tarp in that parking lot. Multiple vehicles are parked there. So it doesn't look like they met in this area. It looks like that car was parked there and then the sheriff's deputy approached for some reason. We do not know if multiple deputies approached. We do not know if this deputy was with a partner or had backup or exactly what happened in this possible exchange of gunfire, because we do know the suspect is dead and that the deputy was shot and is in critical condition at this hour. But we are working to get more details on really what this all stemmed from. How did this start? And I believe we have some new information.
There's a tweet from,
from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. One of our Kendall district deputies was shot during an altercation. He was transported to a local hospital, and we ask for your prayers. That is a post from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office posted to their social media page on X. Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz tagged in that as well. So it's possible that we could be hearing from her at some point this evening whether to get an update or just more details, whether she's at the scene or whether she is at the hospital. We're working to figure out exactly when we might be hearing from the sheriff tonight. And
of course, we do not know the identity of the sheriff's deputy involved in this. Don't know how long they have been on the force, but those are details we expect to get at some point. Here is a look at the vehicle that was involved in this, a green Mustang with tinted windows, the yellow tarp covering it, which could be an indication that there is a body still inside. We have confirmed that a suspect is dead, and of course, the report of the Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy in critical condition. We did see that deputy being transported to the hospital, and as we look now at the scene here, still pretty much locked down, Lauren, as you mentioned. Looks like they might be ready to open up traffic, but we don't see any traffic flowing in and out of there right now.
Just to let people get by, perhaps they're just going to let people out of these parking lots from these business areas just to clear the people out. That will obviously have to wait, assuming they don't have to interview those people, the possible witnesses, at least the people in the vehicles parked right next to the green one, that vehicle of interest there. It's possible that those people won't be leaving for a while because they need to be questioned by police as far as what happened here, but also because those cars are actually within that crime scene tape area. But on the other side of the street there on 128th Street, there's also businesses there in that plaza, and whether those vehicles are going to be able to get out, they might just let them out quickly and then seal off the road again for the investigation to continue. That's obviously going to be developing throughout the evening, but right now, very clearly, Southwest 128th Street at 122nd Avenue and to the west of that remains shut down at this hour. And we heard from our reporter Tanya Francois at the hospital a little bit. I just wanted to get an update from our producers as to whether we do have a reporter who might be available soon from the actual scene where the shooting took place.
And we'll look to see if we certainly have crews on the way there to see if they can give us any more information about that.
Okay, we're just hearing from our reporter Tanya Francois that she is hearing that Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz is headed to the hospital right now. Not unusual for, a law enforcement, either chief or sheriff, to go to the hospital where their officer is being treated. Sure. We do not know if that means there's any updates in this case at this time. Again, all we are hearing at this point is that a deputy was shot and is in critical condition, and now we know that the sheriff is on her way to the hospital, HCA Kendall Hospital, and we do have a reporter on the ground there. I do know we had reporters going to the scene as well. I'm wondering if they have arrived. I know with traffic it's pretty tricky to get to the scene, so I'm not sure if they're actually already there, but we definitely have had a couple of crews trying to get to that scene. But like all of you out there, if you've got loved ones who are on the road trying to navigate through this area, it's not going to be easy tonight. And
in case you were just tuning in to CBS News Miami here at 5 p.m., here is the latest. Around 4 p.m., there was a call that a Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy had been shot in Southwest Miami-Dade. This is the scene at Southwest 128th Street and Southwest 122nd Avenue. And this is the scene that we still see unfolding. There on the right side of the screen is the green Mustang with tinted windows. Report of a suspect dead. We're not certain if that suspect is still inside of the vehicle, but we do know that CBS News Miami's Tanya Francois is standing by live at the hospital with an update. Tanya.
Yeah, that's right, Jim. I've sort of moved locations a little bit. We want to be respectful of the officers who are here, and especially the hospital in their rules. We also understand that the public has a right to know. So I'm going to move out the way a little bit, and you can see a little bit better all of the officers who have gathered. About twice as many officers since literally the last 5 minutes that I've spoken with you have arrived. We've got now motormen who have come here from Miccosukee, Hialeah. I'm seeing Miami Springs. One officer came out, again, trying to, of course, be very respectful respectful in asking, how is the officer? How's the officer doing? He did not respond. He just kept on going. Another officer I asked, is the sheriff here? Is she coming? He came out of the, he had just walked out of the hospital. He said very politely, she's not here yet, but she is on her way. So we will hopefully, hear more. And again, you can hear the police officer sirens. More and more are coming in. And just to remind, this is still a hospital. It's still a working hospital. So there are still patients who are coming, seeking treatment. And there are a lot of people walking back and forth. One woman came out. She said, I saw the officer being wheeled in. He seemed as if he was going in the area, where surgery happens. But again, she is, just, someone who's also getting treatment. I'm gonna get out of the way here of these officers who are arriving. And we don't want to take her word for heart. But she wanted to be helpful. She wanted to help, with information. And again, you can see these officers, they're now starting to park wherever they can. You can see them on the sidewalk here. They're just pulling over. One officer now is starting to direct traffic. This is Miami Springs here, trying to help K-9 officers. Again, I'll do my best to ask how the officer is doing, but also understanding we want to be respectful of the family. We want to be respectful of the officers here as we, typically, handle these kinds of cases. We understand it's extremely sensitive. We want to make sure that he's okay, but we also want to make sure you, the public, also know what's going on with our law enforcement officers. Jim? Lauren?
All right, Tanya, thank you very much. And we, as you mentioned, more officers arriving. We do expect that Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stutz will be there on scene. In fact, that might have been her arriving on scene. We'll stand by to hear perhaps what she might have to say about this. They did tweet out a statement a little while ago which confirmed that a sheriff's deputy had been shot. It said that he is being treated right now, and she simply said that we asked for your prayers in terms of his condition. As we look back at the scene here, this is the live scene at Southwest 128th Avenue, 128th Street.
Yes.
And we have new video now from Only in Day that we're going to show you momentarily. And this gives an idea of what occurred as this scene was unfolding. And you see police officers quickly responding, traffic at a standstill in adjacent areas, and officers quickly responding after this call, which came in around 4 p.m. As you see in the caption there, it says 21 cops. Maybe that's the person who tweeted this video out. But at any rate, we're seeing how this scene unfolded around 4 p.m. Reports of a Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy being shot. And there we see the officers there behind their vehicle with their guns drawn to see how this situation might unfold. Right now, we know what unfolded is that a sheriff's deputy was wounded, reported in critical condition. A suspect has died. That is what we know at this hour.
And Jim, you mentioned that tweet or that post to X from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, and I just wanted to mention that the post did specify that this is a deputy from the Kendall district who was shot in an altercation and then was transported to the hospital, and they are asking for our prayers at this time. A short time ago, when we saw Tanya Francois at the hospital, we saw an unmarked black SUV with lights and sirens driving right up behind her. Again, we are waiting for Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stutz to arrive at the hospital. We don't know if that was her, but possibly she will be arriving to the hospital very soon. We also saw multiple agencies there at the hospital. I saw Miami Springs drive in. I know that Tanya mentioned Miccosukee, as well as Miami-Dade schools, various different agencies responding to the hospital, which is very common and a typical show of force in a situation like this when a deputy or a law enforcement officer is injured in the line of duty. The call goes out on the radio, and multiple officers from no matter the jurisdiction, no matter where they are, if they are available, they go to show their support to their brother in blue there. We saw this just a couple of weeks ago when that Miami Beach police officer, David Cajuso, was killed in a motorcycle crash. The show of love and support from all the different agencies was overwhelming. The amount of law enforcement that showed up, that was over at Jackson Memorial Hospital, and we were able to see, because of the layout of that hospital, how many police officers were there. Here at HCA Kendall, it's a little bit more difficult to see all the police presence, but you can see, you see the flashing lights. Tanya has seen, a caravan of all those cars making their way in, of course, hoping for the best, hoping for healing for this deputy who was shot and is now in critical condition because of the shooting that unfolded here at this scene at Southwest 122nd Avenue and 128th Street over an hour ago, closer to 4 o'clock rather. And we saw that Only in Dade video, and I'm not sure if that's where it's popping up right now. No, this is the video from earlier showing just how much police presence there were. But when we were looking at that video from Only in Dade, I want to reference it because, Jim, you said it, there was an officer with a gun drawn, on the knee behind, taking a protective stance behind a vehicle. And this is that video. So multiple law enforcement cruisers making their way to that scene. You had the chopper overhead, traffic at a standstill. The sirens blaring as, this was, investigation was in its infancy, as it was really just beginning to unfold, and we didn't know the extent of exactly what had happened here. This is the video from a passerby who was able to get, a firsthand look at what the investigation looked like right when the shooting happened. You see the deputies there on their knee behind a vehicle with the gun drawn, because at that point it was unclear whether there was still an active threat. We do, however, know at this time that a suspect is dead. Unclear, though, if there are multiple other people that may have been involved in this, whether anyone is in custody. That, of course, is going to all unfold with the investigation. I did see earlier at the scene, right around that vehicle of interest, a person wearing an FDLE shirt. Florida Department of Law Enforcement takes over investigations like this when a law enforcement officer either fires a weapon or is injured and shot in the line of duty.
And this is video that we got from another CBS News Miami viewer, and this again right as this scene was unfolding shortly after 4 p.m. This is, again, your typical warehouse district in southwest Miami-Dade, an assortment of businesses in there, and that's where this altercation occurred involving this Miami-Dade sheriff's deputy who is reported in critical condition and the suspect who is dead. Again, this happened just after 4 p.m. or so, and we've been on the air here on CBS News Miami ever since. We have Tanya Francois standing by at the hospital to give us an update, and we have other crews on the way. This is a look at how this scene looks now. As you see, the police activity seems to have thinned out a bit, which perhaps is an indication, Lauren, that there is not any other active scene, that they perhaps may not be looking for anybody else, that this may be where the entire scene of what occurred.
Yeah, it looks like I just saw, I think it was City of Miami police also driving into the scene. You saw their blue and white vehicle just pass on the screen. That is at the hospital. So what you're looking at in the smaller box on the left side of the screen is a live picture from the hospital as law enforcement from all over Miami-Dade, perhaps even Broward. It's not unheard of for other counties to send law enforcement to show support during times like this. We do know that multiple agencies are here now, and that the sheriff is expected to go to the hospital. She may already be at the hospital. Typically in a situation like this, when the leader of a law enforcement agency arrives to the hospital for something like this, they go in first, obviously get debriefed, talk perhaps with family, or they may be waiting for the family to even arrive at the scene at this point. We simply do not know. We were just told from, I believe, a police spokesperson that Tanya spoke to very quickly before they went into the hospital, that the sheriff wasn't there at this time, but that she would be going to the hospital at some point tonight.
And of course, as this story unfolds, it reminds us just how dangerous and how unpredictable the scenes can be in front of these Miami-Dade sheriff's deputies and other law enforcement officers who every day do their level best to make certain that we are safe all throughout South Florida. Again, on the left is the scene at Kendall Regional Hospital. On the right, the scene where this all occurred, and we are waiting word for any more updates on exactly what has occurred here, most specifically the condition of that wounded Miami-Dade sheriff's deputy who was shot in this altercation, as it was described to us, which happened just after 4 p.m. in southwest Miami-Dade.
And again, before we continue, just want to stress that as far as we know, this deputy is in critical condition at this time. But I'm reminded of just a few years ago in 2022 when Miami-Dade police officer Cesar Echeverry was shot and killed in the line of duty. Just the heartbreak it brought to this agency. I've spoken with a lot of members of the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office in that time, and they talk about what an emotional toll that took on them. As you mentioned, a very stressful, dangerous job, something that they are tasked with doing to protect our community day in and day out. And that was something that really hit them hard. And I can imagine, even in a situation where the officer is critical, and this is something that, brings their to the forefront just how dangerous this job is for them. And they have to grapple with a lot of things as they deal with these situations. They tend to say that they compartmentalize it and they try not to, think about it in the moment. But many of them, as they go home tonight and spend time with their loved ones and their families, this will be weighing heavy on their heart. But I know a lot of them won't go home for a while because they'll either be at that scene or they will be at the hospital waiting for word for hopefully a positive update on the condition of this Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office deputy, who we know at this time is in critical condition.
Yeah, no such thing as a routine day in that profession. And again, we are waiting to see if and when Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stutz arrives on the scene. We have been informed that she is on the way. She may already be there now. We're waiting to find that out. On the right of your screen is the scene of where this all occurred. Again, if you're just joining us, this occurred in Southwest Miami-Dade in a warehouse district in Southwest 122nd Avenue and Southwest 128th Street. Shortly after this occurred, there was a very heavy police presence with many officers there wearing tactical gear. The scene has since thinned out. This is how the scene looked earlier. Many officers there, traffic completely blocked off in and around the area. Now it has thinned out a bit. We have seen a yellow tarp over a green Mustang with tinted windows, and we presume that is where this altercation occurred. And now we see some of the other units that are moving in or had moved in earlier in this area, and now we're waiting to find out exactly what occurred here, what prompted this altercation, whether it was just the one officer involved confronting a suspect, what may have led to it, and we are awaiting those details. But most importantly, as you mentioned, Lauren, we are waiting to hear about the condition of this sheriff's deputy.
And that video you were just looking at with that, big armored tactical truck, that was taken earlier. And I watched that as it all unfolded because I was curious why this vehicle would just be arriving to the scene at that moment, so long after the deputy had been driven to the hospital already. That vehicle and others actually made a U-turn and then parked in a building or a parking lot just to the east of 122nd Avenue. So it looks like it was just one of those things where all hands on deck, as many people as possible go out to the scene in case they are needed to be part of this investigation. They want to help in any way that they can. So those vehicles all came in and then parked at a warehouse area just to the east of the actual scene. Unclear if there was any connection. And this is that video from earlier. You see just how much law enforcement was out there, and you see that all the lanes of traffic were blocked off. I am interested in exactly what this is, this particular video. Ashley, I'm not sure if this is behind the warehouse where this took place or if this is, on the east or west of it, exactly what that spot is, because it doesn't look like the same scene we've been seeing on 128th Street.
And I was trying to read that sign, and we panned off it fairly quickly, but it appeared to say Cortland Plaza, and so that might be a reference point for people who are familiar with that area. Again, Southwest 128th Street and Southwest 122nd Avenue is where this occurred a little over an hour or so ago, and that apparently is the focal point of that green Mustang that we've referred to a number of times with the yellow tarp over it. Police cruiser there may have run into it, but that is where apparently this scene unfolded. And this is a video we got from Only in Dade, which shows the scene moments after it occurred. And we see a heavy police response. We see officers there out of their vehicles with their guns drawn, quite unsure of what they might be facing. There you see the one officer there on the knee behind his vehicle taking cover. This was the scene. Traffic completely shut down in that area and in surrounding areas as police rushed to the scene in this warehouse district in Southwest Miami-Dade.
And Jim, it looks like you were able to read that sign correctly, because I've been able to find online the Cortland Commercial Plaza. It looks exactly like the building with the blue roof there on the very right side of your screen. So it doesn't appear as though that is part of this investigation. We see it looks like maybe media is parking over there, so that part is open for people to still park in and move about, but that is where this is occurring at 122nd Avenue and 128th Street. I see Tanya just hopped into the frame there. I'm not sure if she had an update for us, so if she does, we'd love to go back to her if she has any information. So let's turn things back over now to CBS News Miami's Tanya Francois. She is at the hospital right now where that deputy was taken in critical condition. Tanya, we've seen a lot of law enforcement driving in from various agencies. What's the scene like right now? What are you hearing?
Yeah, it's still very quiet. I can show you that I can move around a little bit. You can see when I first got here, right around 4:30, all of this street was entirely clear. None of these cars were parked here. Now, this situation has completely changed with the number of law enforcement officers who are here. Again, I'll be a little bit mobile and move around just to show you the show of support from fellow law enforcement officers. When one is hurt, they all show up. They all show, that they're there to support their brother or sister-in-law. I've asked several officers if in fact, the sheriff is here. Most have just nodded. I think they're just being respectful in terms of not giving the media any information, which is common. We want to make sure the officers taken care of, their family is taken care of first before they alert us. But as soon as the sheriff shows up, I'm keeping an eye on her. Hopefully the law enforcement officers, they usually will notify us so they can give us some more information. But as we've mentioned, the number of law enforcement officers, I'm pretty sure I've seen just about every agency in Miami-Dade County come here, and they're still arriving. There's almost no parking. Again, as you can see, they're taking up the street, and more are still showing up. Again, I see them, they're walking into the emergency room. Again, this is still a working hospital, so patients are still coming in and they're still seeking, service. But Lauren, I'm going to send it back to you. As soon as I have more, I'll definitely let you guys know.
Yeah, Tanya, I just wanted to mention, because the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office literally just posted to X within the last couple of seconds. They posted a traffic alert, and that's been, a big story for everyone else in this area trying to get around. It says, due to police activity, which is what you're seeing here on your screen, Southwest 120th Street and the Turnpike is closed. Southwest 122nd Avenue is shut down from 128th Street to 120th Street. That's what you're seeing here, 128th Street and 122nd Avenue. And it says that Southwest 128th Street is closed between 122nd Avenue and 125th Avenue. So between 122nd and 125th. So if you have anyone who needs to drive in this area, I was looking at the map earlier, 127th is going to be that way for them to get north and southbound and around this area, because again, traffic at 120th to the north of this down to 128th Street is blocked off right now, and it says that 120th Street and the Turnpike is closed. I imagine that's the exits from the Turnpike to get onto 120th Street, because they don't want more cars to be in that area if at all possible. They want to minimize any traffic, but we are seeing more and more as these vehicles from law enforcement start to clear that scene. But again, they posted just a little while ago, within the last couple of minutes, that they want people to avoid the area and seek an alternate route as this investigation continues there in Southwest Dade. And
as we look at the live video now, live pictures, I should say, from the hospital there in Kendall where the officer was taken. And again, CBS News Miami's Tanya Francois standing by there to keep us updated on exactly what's going on there. But Lauren, as you mentioned, this has created obviously an enormous traffic logjam in this area. This is rush hour on a Friday evening. It's going to be busy under normal circumstances, so you can only imagine what this means. And people who might normally be taking that exit near the Turnpike now forced to go farther south or try to get off the Turnpike earlier. So all of the area in Southwest Miami-Dade. Again, we see this is the Cortland Industrial Plaza and the Kendall Commercial Center right across the street where all this scene has unfolded. One Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy wounded, one suspect dead. This occurred after 4 p.m. That officer taken here to the hospital shortly after 4 p.m. We understand he was an officer with the Kendall district, and we are standing by to find out more about him and his condition, and of course what led to this circumstance as we see this story continue to unfold.
Jim, I've been tracking these traffic conditions on the traffic map for the last, hour and a half or so. When I first looked at the travel time between the scene and HCA Florida Kendall Hospital, it said 17 to 19 minutes at that time. Now that same distance is now up to 47 minutes. And if you open your phone right now and you put those two different coordinates, this scene where this happened at 128th Street up to the hospital, you will see that the entire Turnpike is red there. on the map, either shut down or the cars that are on there are just very slow going because they've had to block off these exits from the turnpike so cars are not getting onto 120th Street or 128th where the crux of this investigation is now unfolding. So again, that's going to be a very slow go for you. Anyone who typically hops on the turnpike or off the turnpike at that area is going to have to seek an alternate route. 127th Avenue is west of this scene, and it appears that it is open there, probably very congested as a lot of these drivers in the area seek that alternate route because it is blocked off on 128th Street between 122nd Avenue and 125th Avenue in Southwest Miami-Dade near the Country Walk area. This is just to the east also of the Miami Executive Airport and to the west of the turnpike where it meets with the Don Shula, the 874. So, there's a lot of people who try to get around in that area, especially this time of day. So consider an alternate or just, wherever your loved one is, give them a call and tell them, hang on tight. Don't make your way here just yet because you're going to be stuck in your car for a long time.
Yeah, they've probably already figured that out concerning what's going on here. This is a closer look at the scene where this altercation occurred. The Miami-Dade Sheriff's Deputy's cruiser apparently, and that vehicle of the green Mustang with tinted windows. There is a yellow tarp over it. We haven't seen any police activity around it since. Again, the report is that the suspect is dead. And when we see tarp like that, we presume that perhaps there's a person or body inside, but we haven't confirmed that. We have confirmed that the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Deputy, who was wounded, is in critical condition, taken to HCA Kendall Regional Hospital shortly after 4 o'clock or so. That's when the call first came in. The video that you saw a few moments ago was video from Only in Dade and also from a CBS News Miami viewer moments after this scene unfolded. And we saw that there was a quick and heavy police presence. As you see it on the left there, police rapidly mobilizing here. We saw an officer there, the traffic at a complete standstill, and we see officers there with their guns out. One officer, whom you'll see momentarily here, taking cover behind his vehicle as the police are trying to assess exactly what the situation was at that time. The video on the right, again shot from a CBS News Miami viewer, indicating exactly what was happening in real time at that point of what was occurring there in the Cortland Industrial Plaza.
In that video from Only in Dade, at one point you see the caption on the screen that says 21 cops. That's what the person wrote on the screen. I could tell you, Jim, based on the video that I watched, there was more than 21 police cruisers there on the scene. So even more than what this person was able to see on the ground there, our chopper was able to give us that view of just how extensive the scene was there on 128th Street and 122nd Avenue. What you're seeing in the smaller box is a traffic camera. On the larger part of your screen on the right, that is I believe the emergency room entrance or perhaps the ambulance bay at HCA Florida Kendall Hospital, where that deputy was taken in critical condition. But looking again at the scene there, we've seen just how many cruisers have left and cleared things out. But again, the sheriff's office just put out that post on X a short time ago. Within the last 6 minutes, it says that traffic was going to be blocked off here. So even though we're seeing a lot reduced law enforcement presence here, this is still going to be extending well into the evening. People are going to have to seek alternate routes as this investigation continues. And we're relying on this traffic camera right now. I believe our chopper still had to go and refuel because it's been up for so long because of the extent of this investigation. So that video we were looking at earlier with the vehicle covered in a tarp, that was captured earlier all throughout the afternoon. And I'm sure even now there have been a lot of detectives and other people assessing that crime scene, gathering clues and any evidence that they might need. That's the video from earlier when everyone was still kind of hanging back. Eventually, they moved into that crime scene tape to get a closer look, and then we did at one point see people actually circling around the vehicle in question there, covered by the tarp, but we don't have that live picture just now to see exactly what it looks like where that tarp is on that car.
And we have just been notified, Lauren, that a news conference will occur there at the hospital. Presumably, we're going to hear from Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosa Cordero Stutz, or a spokesperson, obviously, from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office about exactly what happened, and also to give us an update on the condition of the officer as we try to put the pieces together here as best we can. But again, for those of you just joining us, this whole scene unfolded shortly after 4 p.m. A call came in that a Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy had been shot. We now know that he is in critical condition, being treated at the HCA Kendall Regional Hospital. He's an officer from the Kendall District, according to the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. The suspect involved in here is dead. We have not seen any indication that there are other suspects who were at large or who may have been involved in this, but we don't know that there weren't. So until we get further information about that, we are going with this as of what we know as of this point. As you mentioned, Lauren, traffic has been shut down in that area. And as we see the scene now back out live, the number of police vehicles that we've seen has thinned out considerably. Still no traffic going through that area, and that could be the case for a while. Although it does look like the road is being cleared, we can only presume that all the vehicles that we are still seeing in there are Miami-Dade or police vehicles as they get a handle on exactly what happened there.
It's hard to make it out on the screen, but where that vehicle is with the tarp is actually at the top of the screen behind that white building. That's where a lot of the activity is occurring. We just can't see it from this particular vantage point from this traffic camera. So any of the vehicles that are still parked in there, which we have seen, there's at least 3 vehicles parked around the vehicle with the tarp on it. Those are going to be in there for a while, and I imagine the people who drive those vehicles are being either questioned or, they're having to hang on tight before they go anywhere. It's unclear whether anyone saw what happened, if there are witnesses, and these are the cars that I'm talking about here. So I imagine the people who park in this parking lot and who work in that particular building might still be in there at this hour as we're approaching 6 o'clock within the next 17 minutes or so. So they have been in there for a couple of hours now as police and detectives gather any bit of information they can about how this all unfolded. The sheriff's office, when they posted about this, they described it simply as an altercation. So we don't know beyond that if there was a pursuit that led to an altercation, if there was just, an exchange of words, and then this all unfolded. We simply do not know at this time, but we do know very simply that the sheriff's office is asking for your prayers tonight. That is what they want. That is what they are getting from law enforcement all over our community who have gathered at the hospital right now where that deputy is currently being treated in critical condition at the trauma center. We saw just a couple of weeks ago when another law enforcement officer was taken to another trauma center at Jackson, just, the show of support from all the various agencies. And while from our vantage point here, it's difficult to make out, we know that there is just as much support and care coming in for this deputy here at the HCA Florida Kendall Regional Hospital. This is off Bird Road and the Turnpike. So it's also likely very slow going there. But as Tanya has mentioned, this is still, a functioning hospital. So even though they have this person being treated there, other patients are still able to go in and out. People are able to visit their loved ones there. But we are really waiting to see when the sheriff will arrive there. We are told she will be going to the hospital. Perhaps she is already there. And Jim, I believe you mentioned, I don't know if you got any specifics on the time, but that she will be giving a press conference at some point this evening as well. Yeah,
we do have confirmation that there will be a news conference, and we again presume that it will be the sheriff who is going to brief us. Maybe Tanya Francois can give us an update on that. She is again standing by live there at the hospital with more. Tanya.
Yes, I am here still live at the hospital. We were just told, as you guys have reported, the sheriff will be giving, or someone from Miami-Dade County Sheriff's Office will be giving a live update on what's going on. We are told it may be happening in the rear, if anyone can hear me, at the Sheriff's Department. All of the media, if I had to guess, we are at the front of the hospital, so that may just be a little bit easier for us to move. But again, you can see the number of police officers. I don't know if you can hear it in the background. They are all still arriving. I'm asking officers who are coming in in. If the sheriff is here, they're saying they're still arriving. I'm asking them, how is the officer doing? If there is an update, there you see a motorman. I believe he is with Hialeah going by. These officers have been steadily coming in and out. This street, when I arrived around 4:30, 4:45, was completely empty. It is now packed with law enforcement officers, all here to check on their fellow law enforcement officer to see, how he's doing. From where I'm standing, it's hard to point, but I can see the entrance of the hospital, and there are tons of law enforcement officers who are walking in. I'm asking them, I'm trying to be polite and respectful, of course, because we understand. I think both of us, we have very good working relationships with law enforcement, so they do know that we will ask questions as respectfully as possible and as respectfully as they can. They have told me, they can't say anything or they don't have an update. But again, we look forward to the sheriff, coming out and giving, the people, you guys at home, to know what's going on. Again, you can see here are some more law enforcement officers. They are arriving right now here at the hospital, and likely the sheriff is in one of these cars if she hasn't already arrived. And I'm looking, these are Miami-Dade School Board police that's showing up. This officer is from Coral Gables. I've seen a few Coral Gables police officer. And as you mentioned earlier, Jim, this is still a working hospital. So there are patients, there are employees, there is staff, there are people who are also, I'm having security right now tell me that I need to get on the sidewalk. So as I'm live on television, perfectly fine. I will actually, you guys can come with me. This is what happens when we are live and we're trying to give you updates. So there is a media staging area, probably having me move so as the sheriff comes out. But again, as you can see, as I move closer to the entrance, you can see that there are lots and lots of law enforcement officers who have taken up space, who have parked wherever they can as they hurriedly get in here. This officer is telling all the other media that we need to go ahead and move, hopefully into this staging area where the sheriff will eventually be coming out. But again, this is the ballet lot. If you're familiar with the hospital, this lot was empty when I pulled in. It is now full. Again, these officers, they're here. The motormen are here. As you mentioned before, Lauren, traffic, I can see it. I think this is Southwest 40th. It has been backed up as well. As soon as I hear anything, as soon as the sheriff shows up, we will definitely update you and let you know what's going on with this officer.
Okay, Tanya, thank you very much for that update. And of course, it's understandable that they have to coordinate all the logistics there. We're looking live there at the scene where this all unfolded a few miles to the south on Southwest 122nd Avenue, 100 Southwest 128th Street. Again, the call came in shortly after 4 p.m. that a Miami-Dade sheriff's deputy had been shot. We now know, as Tanya reported, that the officer was taken to that hospital. The suspect involved in this is dead. You're looking at 874, the ramp to it. No traffic going there because it's been shut down for a while as police are trying to take control of this entire area. And obviously they want to clear a path so that other officers from jurisdictions all across South Florida can get in there to exactly find out exactly what's going on with their brother in blue.
And speaking of all the different jurisdictions, I believe as Tanya was making her way towards the other spot, I just made out a Miami Beach police cruiser, an SUV. They're distinct because they're just black and white, and I think I saw one behind her. So they made the journey from their jurisdiction all the way on the east side of the county, all the way out to west of the Turnpike to show their support, because just a couple of weeks ago, it was officers from various agencies all going to Jackson to support a Miami Beach police officer who was killed in a motorcycle crash. Not in the line of duty, but still, he was a motorman, so he was doing what he loves and doing what he did day in and day out for his job. So just an indication, once again, that these jobs are incredibly dangerous and that you really don't know what you could be dealing with on any given day in the job here. I'm not sure exactly where this is. Perhaps we can drop the text on the bottom of our screen just for 1 second to see if it says anything on the camera about where this camera is located. There we go. It looks like, no, it doesn't really give us many details as far, just has a number there. It says E, so I'm guessing perhaps this is eastbound 874.
874, yeah, I think
I'm
that's
not
what
exactly sure, but it looks like cars are getting by both ways, so at least traffic is moving. That might be the exit that is blocked off, so vehicles can't exit there to get to that area at Southwest 128th Street and 122nd Avenue, because that's where the 874 meets the turnpike. So that's likely what we're seeing there, that area where everything merges together, and that exit to 120th and 128th is just in that area. But at least it looks like traffic is moving in this direction here on the 874. Slower on this side. On the bottom of your screen, looks like it's much more smooth there on the top of your screen there on the 874. But according to the map here, Jim, where I continue to refresh just to see what the traffic conditions are, the turnpike is completely in red. So that's normal for a Friday afternoon or Friday evening in rush hour, but add in the mix of this police investigation and troopers blocking off exits. It's a lot even slower than it typically is for a Friday evening drive. So that's going to be an issue for some people out on the roads. But luckily earlier when the deputy was transported, the traffic didn't look like this. So he was able to get to the hospital very, very quickly. They chose to transport him by ambulance rather than airlifting. And he was able to get to the hospital within just a couple of minutes as they sort of coordinated with different agencies to block off the streets very quickly to get that ambulance to HCA Florida Kendall Regional Hospital as quickly as possible. And that deputy arrived at that hospital, I'd say before 4:30 at this point. So it has been there being treated for well over an hour at this point.
And the traffic, has also been an issue for our own crews who are trying their best to get into that scene. It's been difficult for them to get close. CBS News Miami's Tanya Francois was able to get to the hospital to give us updates on what's going on there. And in the time that she's been there, we have seen a steady stream of officers from all across South Florida showing up there to offer their support. This, again, I think, Lauren, as you mentioned, looks to be the off-ramp there. And right off of 874 North. We are expect to hear from CBS News Miami's Abby Dodge momentarily. She has just arrived at the scene and can give us an update now on what is going on there. Abby.
Hey, how are you guys doing? I'm keeping an eye on everything happening behind me. It's a pretty busy area here at 128th Street and 127th Avenue. I'm going to have my photographer, Chris, zoom in here. We have about 4 officers and deputies staged at this area, really trying to direct traffic away from the scene. I know folks who have been watching our coverage all afternoon have seen the aerials from above of just how many officers and sheriff's deputies are on this scene right now. It's a high tension area over here at this intersection where we are at. The officers and deputies working here are doing so with the knowledge that one of their own is seriously injured. On our way down here, we were in South Broward when we got the call about this emergency. We were taking the turnpike down to Southwest Miami-Dade, and we saw a number of Hialeah police officers, Florida Highway Patrol officers, and other municipalities making their way both to HCA Kendall Hospital and to this scene as well. And if I could just speak to the traffic over here, maybe we can zoom out as they're trying to let people through. But if you look in any direction, it is either headlights or tail lights, bumper to bumper over this way. My photographer is giving you a view of 127th Avenue heading north. Now, all of these cars are trying to make their turn. There have been a couple of people who have been confused on what they're doing, where they're supposed to be turning, some trying to make a right-handed turn when they cannot. But just to keep in mind for anyone in this area to be patient and to listen to the officers who are doing their job right now, trying to keep this area safe and trying to keep the crime scene together so that everything can be investigated properly. And they're doing so with the knowledge that one of their own is currently fighting for their life in the hospital right now. Jim and Lauren.
And Abby, you mentioned 127th Avenue and the traffic there. Perhaps the best alternate for people in that area would be even 10 blocks to the west to go to 137th Avenue. But something tells me no matter where you go in Southwest Miami-Dade right now, it's going to be very, very slow going. Abby, so you're on the west side of this scene right now. Have you seen any of the cruisers start to leave? Any indication that the road there along 128th Street may reopen soon, or at least 1 or 2 lanes of traffic?
I have not seen any indication of that happening. We have 3 different officers and deputies blocking the entrance to 128th Street, at least on our, west side that we are on. I have seen maybe 1 car exiting the scene so far. Not what you want to see if you're trying to get through, indicating that we're going to be staying here for quite some time tonight, Lauren.
Yeah, Abby, and obviously people who were there at the Cortland Industrial Plaza, we haven't seen any indication of people being allowed to leave that area either. And that could be, Lauren, as you alluded to, that perhaps police want to interview any potential witnesses to see what they might have witnessed as this whole situation unfolded. So, Abby Dodge, thank you very much for your reporting, and of course we'll check back with you momentarily. To the right, we see the scene unfolding there at the hospital. This is a live look at HCA Florida Kendall Regional Hospital off of Bird Road. That is where that wounded deputy was taken. And as you see all the flashing lights there, there's been a steady stream of officers from jurisdictions all across South Florida showing up to show their support, perhaps to find out the condition of the officer involved. Again, recapping this, if you're just joining us here just before 6 p.m., just perhaps getting home from work, here's what occurred. A call came in shortly after 4 p.m. that a Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy had been shot. Now we know there was an altercation with a suspect who is dead. We have seen video of a green Mustang with tinted windows with a yellow tarp over it, and we presume that was the vehicle involved with this whole situation. I haven't heard any reports of any other suspects that police have in custody or were looking for, but again, we expect very soon to hear from Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stutz to give us an update on what happened and most importantly, perhaps the condition of this officer.
Yeah, we also don't know much about the deputy himself beyond what the sheriff's office posted on X, saying that he is a member of the Kendall district team and he was transported to the hospital, and they're asking for your prayers. That's what they posted on social media. They did say he, so we know it's a male deputy and that he works in the Kendall district. But other than that, we have no other details as far as whether this is a veteran or a rookie. We don't know how long they've been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, how long they've been part of law enforcement. We don't know family, spouse, children. We're still working on getting all those details. Their name, we do not know that at this point. But in a situation like this, all the agencies that come together, the name, even if they don't know the name, they are going to the hospital to show their support for their brother in blue, their fellow law enforcement officer. Abby Dodge was talking about, she was coming all the way from South Broward, and she saw multiple various law enforcement vehicles making their way from that area in South Broward all the way down to Southwest Miami-Dade. And once again, our chopper back in the air, and you could see just how extensive this investigation scene continues to be. The intersection there of 128th Street, and I believe this is 128th and 122nd, but it might also be further to the west where Abby Dodge is. She's at 127th Avenue and 128th Street, because that's where it looks like cars are actually being allowed to get through and turn. But I will say they were also being allowed to turn from 122nd to make that right to go east and away from the scene. So that's why I'm not 100% sure exactly what we're looking at, but I do know that it's 128th Street for sure, because that is where the crux of this investigation continues to unfold at this time, just to the west of the Turnpike, where the Turnpike meets 874, the exit from 874 and the Turnpike to 120th and 128th. That entire area blocked off right now. Again, those cars are starting to get through, but there are lots of cars parked in this industrial warehouse area as well. Unclear when people will be able to remove their vehicles from there. And now, because of the fact that at 6 o'clock it now gets dark by this time, we're seeing flashlights, and that's going to make obviously processing this scene a bit more difficult, perhaps more time intensive, because it's hard to make sure that they don't miss anything in the darkness here.
Yeah, and Lauren, that is the vehicle that was in question here, the green Mustang with the tinted windows with the yellow tarp over it. It's, again, more difficult to see because nightfall has come here, but that was the vehicle involved here, and we are led to believe that perhaps the suspect who is deceased, the body may still be in that vehicle. We haven't seen any movement of officers in or around that vehicle since we've been on the air, and we've been on top of this story since shortly after 4 this afternoon. But again, as we widen out that shot there, we saw there's a lot of police activity. I think it's going to be a long night here, Lauren, for them.
All right, and you are watching CBS News Miami, a special report now at 6 o'clock as we continue to follow breaking news out of Southwest Miami-Dade, where a deputy has been shot and is in critical condition. I'm Lauren Pastrana here with Jim Berry this evening. We have been on air for almost 2 hours now when this call first came in at about 4 o'clock to the scene at Southwest 128th Street and 122nd Avenue. What you're looking at on the large part right side of your screen are live pictures from Chopper 4. You could just make out a yellow tarp on top of a vehicle parked in this industrial warehouse complex with a Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office SUV parked immediately directly behind it, right up to the trunk of that car. That is where the investigation is focused at this time. Typically, when we see a tarp, that indicates that there is a body being covered or some type of evidence that they do not want the public to see. And that is where law enforcement, detectives, FDLE, MDSO, they've all been centered around this particular area. That is where the crime scene tape is set up. But on the left side of your screen, in the smaller box, that is HCA Florida Kendall Regional Hospital off of Southwest 40th Street, Bird Road, and the Turnpike, and that is where that MDSO deputy is currently in critical condition, and where law enforcement officers from all over South Florida have driven as fast as they could to be there to show their support.
And we continue to see more and more officers show up there with the flashing lights, crowding that hospital parking lot there off of Bird Road. And now we can have a better vantage point, Lauren. You referred to this vehicle there with the yellow tarp. And of course, we're going to stay on top of this story throughout the evening. We do expect to hear from Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz soon to give us an update on exactly what has occurred. We want to know more, obviously, about what occurred, this altercation that was described to us. We do know that the officer involved here was from the Kendall district, and the report that we got from the sheriff's office said we pray for him right now. And of course, obviously, that is what all the officers across South Florida are doing at this point. This occurred in the Cortland Industrial Plaza.
Across the street from Cortland. Cortland, by the way, is on the other side of the street. That's the blue building across the street. So this one's on the other side, just so we're clear. But again, on that same street of 128th Street. So Cortland Plaza is on I believe, the north side of 128th Street. This is on the south side of 128th Street, directly across the street. I haven't been able to gather exactly what that complex is called yet. I've seen on some signs something that says Kendall Commercial.
Right.
So perhaps that's that one. That might be the one next door. It's hard to make out, but we do have a crew on the scene right now. Abby Dodge is actually just to the west of that scene because it's been so difficult to get any closer. Abby, any updates from there right now?
I know Lauren and Jim, you guys were asking earlier if there's any movement, if there might be some traffic that's let through. I did see 2 regular looking vehicles leaving this scene, and just in the last 2 seconds, people are finally able to make a right-hand turn onto 128th Street heading south. So we are seeing a little bit of movement in this area right now, but I think we are going to be here, like you said, for a very long time tonight. Just a couple of blocks out to our east, we see dozens of police and deputy vehicles that have their lights on right now. So I can't tell you when 128th Street might be reopened, but there is some movement over here as far as traffic goes, and there are a couple of folks who have just been kind of standing and watching. We're near a plaza that has a lot of restaurants, so people who work in these restaurants are coming out here wanting to know what's going on, probably watching our newscast right now to learn that information in real time. So thank you, Lauren and Jim, for your continued coverage throughout the day. I was watching it as we were trying to travel south from South Broward down here to this Kendall area. So that is exactly what the people at home and right here on the street are doing as well.
And Abby, on the side of the screen here, we're looking at these live pictures from Chopper 4 overhead, and you are to the west of that scene, so it's hard for you to see exactly what investigators are doing right now, but I gotta say, it is no easy feat what they are doing because it is dark. They cannot, I can barely make out anything if not for those police lights on the top of that cruiser there. I do see a couple of flashlights there shining. I wonder if perhaps they'll bring in one of those mobile spotlight towers just to illuminate the scene a little bit better. Unclear if they're still, looking for evidence. If this was it was a shooting, how many casings they might have to pick up. I haven't really seen evidence markers on the ground, Jim. I'm not sure if you have. Again, it's dark, it's hard to see. All I've been able to see is the tarp and that vehicle covered up, and then the cruiser behind that vehicle. So this investigation is certainly going to be going on for a lot longer, and unfortunately they're going to have to do it under the cover of darkness here. Absolutely, and when I saw those flashlights, I had the exact same reaction you did, Lauren, that maybe they are looking for evidence. I think also perhaps they might be mindful of the fact that there are cameras and helicopters overhead, so that might also influence how they're conducting their evidence search at this point. But let's go live now to CBS News Miami's Maribel Rodriguez. She is standing by with another update. Maribel, where are you located right now?
Hey guys, I can tell you that we just pulled over. Just to give you an idea of how bad the traffic is heading in this direction, we got the call at around 4 o'clock this afternoon. My photographer Manny and I, we were working on another story near Tropical Park. Those familiar, right off the 836 and Bird Road. Well, it took us close to an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes just to get to where we're at. We were trying to get close to the scene. That was nearly impossible. There's a lot of neighborhoods in that area too. We tried making our way around a Miami-Dade college. That was impossible. They have many, many streets blocked off. And this is just one of many. I can tell you, and we've been seeing it from Chopper, the traffic is a nightmare. It's backed up for miles and miles. I mean, we also have to take into consideration, it's also rush hour, but just adding to this, it's making it even worse. So this is the exit once you're heading south on the Turnpike and 120th. That is completely blocked off. There are other exits that are blocked off as well. We are on the east side of the Turnpike. The incident happened on the west side of the Turnpike. From our vantage point, we can see the choppers. We're possibly less than a mile away from the scene, but just getting there was nearly impossible. So again, we wanted to pull over and let viewers know what is going on with the situation here with the traffic. But again, just getting here was very, very difficult. And once you get closer to the scene, absolutely impossible. This did happen in a warehouse area, but there are also some neighborhoods that are nearby. Devin is one of them. So there's a lot of communities in that area as well. So again, traffic, a nightmare out here. This is the exit heading southbound on the Turnpike. This is 120th Street, that exit. And as you've been mentioning, what we know so far is that, yes, unfortunately, an MDSO officer with the Kendall district, they did confirm that officer was shot. The shooter was killed, and this was all due to an altercation. There you see, I mean, we've been seeing this, just police officers zooming by from different departments. We saw some from Miami Beach. There you have MDSO from the Kendall district as well. On our way here on the Turnpike, we saw dozens of police officers on the emergency lane making their way over here. Again, this is not too far from Kendall Regional, where, HCA Kendall, where that officer was taken to. There you see the officers heading on to the Turnpike right now, heading northbound as well. So again, if you don't have to be here, if you don't need to be in this area, the best scenario is just to stay away because the traffic is just an absolute nightmare. Maribel, I have a quick question for you, but I do want to point out to Jim, since we were talking about it as well, and to our viewers, it looks like they got some light on the scene now. It's a little bit easier to see the actual scene of this crime. But Maribel, I want to ask you, because you said that you were at Tropical Park, so you were on Bird near the Palmetto, significantly east of HCA Kendall. Right, did you try to take Bird? Did you try to take the Palmetto? Which way did you go? Because of the fact that the hospital is also on Bird, well to the west, I wonder if it was just traffic in either direction for you. Well, we were basically just put it into our GPS and we were following it. So Manny, it took us to 87th Avenue, then to 874 to make our way around onto the Turnpike. And once that happened, it was just slam bumper to bumper, just getting there.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maribel, we did notice that there was an area as Manny panned off, that the traffic did seem to be flowing, so people can get an idea of where there is some traffic moving. Can you give us a sense of where that is?
Well, I can tell you, okay, so we are on, Manny, we're right off the turnpike right now. So this, off to my right is the turnpike heading south. And then over there you have the turnpike where you can hop off or hop on and get, and head north on 120th. So if you're planning on heading north on the turnpike here on 120th, yes, you can get on. However, if you're heading south and plan to get off on 120th, as you see, that is completely blocked off. Several police officers, and we have been here for maybe 10 minutes and have seen, as you just saw, 3 police officers driving by. There you see some other officers, undercover officers as well. So they too are making their way in and out of traffic.
All right, Maribel, thanks so much for giving us that update. I know it has been difficult for you to get around, and that's something that everyone in Southwest Dade can relate to this evening. This, again, is a live look from Chopper 4 over the scene where this shooting altercation unfolded. And I say altercation because that is how the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office described it in their post on X earlier this evening. Specifically, they posted, "One of our Kendall district deputies was shot during an altercation. He was transported to a local hospital, and we ask for your prayers." That local hospital is HCA Florida Kendall Regional Hospital, and our Tanya Francois has been there for about 2 hours now, and she has just seen a steady stream of law enforcement arriving at the hospital, not just from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, but from agencies all over Miami-Dade, sometimes even Broward County. The BSO might also make their way down here. This is something that we typically see
Miami
when an
Springs,
officer,
Coral
yes,
Gables,
when
Miami
any
Beach.
law enforcement officer is injured in the line of duty, they all rally around in support. And Tanya Francois has seen that unfold in real time tonight. Tanya, you're still at the hospital. Any update on when we might hear from the sheriff tonight?
No update, but in real time, as you said, CBS Miami, we were the first ones to get here. We rushed to the hospital. We were just moved to Southwest 40th Street, and right now, as you can see, there is a caravan of officers who are leaving the hospital right now. You can see this is the exit ramp to the turnpike that leads directly into the hospital. I'm trying to get out the shot so you can see the officers have blocked the exit, and literally in real time right now, all of these officers are leaving. We've asked what's going on. An officer is right here to my right. He just got into the car. I asked, can you tell me what's happening that all of these officers are now leaving? I hope you can hear me. He did not say what's going on. I see officers right now. They are driving on the wrong side of the road. I don't know if you can see that. Again, you don't know what's happening right now, but this is almost every officer that showed up. They are now leaving. Again, we haven't been told anything. I've been checking in with some of my sources, with Miami-Dade Sheriff. No one is saying anything. This officer in this Dodge, he just got into his vehicle. We asked him, if there's any update. I can't count how many officers have left. You can see it for yourself happening right now. They are all being directed out. Traffic, again, the exit ramp to Southwest 40th, the one that leads right into the hospital from the turnpike, that is being blocked right now. You can also see from my vantage point, and again, I can't tell what you can see from yours, that you can see the turnpike. As Maribel was saying, the traffic would block up on her end. I can see the officers coming down the turnpike, heading south to her. But again, more and more officers on both directions now. They are all leaving, lights and sirens blaring. It looks like, I can't make out. We are not used to officers when they're injured coming to HCA, so we're not sure of what the procedure is for here. Typically when officers are hurt, they go to JMH, and we are familiar with how that happens and what procedures happen there. Again, all of the media has been kicked out. We are right in front of the HCA Kendall. We are on the turnpike. We are on the sidewalk, I'm sorry. And again, all of these officers, they are now leaving, or they appear to be exiting the hospital on both sides. There's 2 entrances, and we have not been told why. I can try to ask. I don't even know if they would hear me because the lights and sirens are so loud. But as you can see in real time, they are now exiting
Yeah, Tanya, we see the procession of vehicles, no doubt about that. And you talked about what is standard procedure. There may not be a standard procedure for this kind of response at this regional facility. So certainly we'll check back with you. And as we see the stream of police vehicles and the police lights which are leaving this facility. And what are we to interpret from that? Well, we'll have to stand by when we find out more information. We have been told about a half an hour or so ago that we would hear there would be a news conference at the hospital there about what occurred. We presume that will occur from Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stutz, or obviously a spokesperson. We're standing by for that. All of this, of course, stemming from what happened shortly after 4 p.m., Lauren.
Yeah, we don't want to assume about why they're leaving with lights and sirens on right now, but it's all the different agencies, not just, Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, but all from the different jurisdictions are also exiting there along Southwest 40th Street, Bird Road. Some are going what appears to be eastbound and then U-turning around. The traffic coming off of the turnpike is being forced to go eastbound and to avoid the area altogether. We can't make any assumptions about why this is all unfolding at this time, but we do have some new insight from the actual scene. CBS News Miami's Abby Dodge is there along Southwest 128th Street. I think she's still at 127th Avenue. And Abby, you spoke to someone who saw or heard what happened?
Yes, Lauren, I did. I talked to someone who was actually walking from where the crime scene is down towards us, and I asked him what he was doing over there and if he was able to walk through. He told me that he works at a body shop just a couple of businesses to the east of where we're at right now, and I asked him what it was like to see that scene unfold, and he just said the same word over and over again, that it was scary, and that when he heard that an officer is fighting for his life in the hospital right now, he told me that he doesn't understand how anyone could do something like that, and that people are just out here trying to do their jobs, trying to keep this community safe. He also said that he didn't have a lot of time to talk to us. He had to get to where he was going. He had a friend that was trying to pick him up. So that's kind of some insight into how secure this scene is right now. Not able to take his own car away from there, but was able to exit and have someone pick him up a little further outside of where deputies and officers have 128th Street still locked down at this moment. Lauren.
All right. Thank you, Abby. Jim here. And obviously, as we look at both these scenes where Abby is there, where this whole thing unfolded, and at the hospital where Tanya Francois has been reporting and informing us of the procession of police vehicles that have mobilized. And again, we're trying to make out, Lauren, you mentioned that it looked as though they had exited to the east and all made a U-turn to the west. And this is, again, a live shot of where this whole scene unfolded about 2 hours ago. Again, in that that warehouse district, there was a report of a Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy shot. Report that he is in critical condition. The suspect reported dead, and we are standing by to get more information about exactly what happened.
And credit to Tanya Francois, who has just been persistent in trying to get more information, because what she was able to find out for us is that these officers and law enforcement not leaving, simply moving. Because that's why I was wondering why they were U-turning as opposed to just driving off away from the traffic. It looks like perhaps they're just parking somewhere else to make room for other people, other patients at this hospital. Sure. Again, this is open to friends and family and loved ones of other patients currently being treated at HCA Kendall. And these officers, understandably so were blocking, streets there inside the hospital, so they did have to move those vehicles, but they will be nearby. I'm not exactly sure where they are setting up as far as a staging area. It doesn't look like the cars that were on Bird, it looks like they are completely stopped until all of these law enforcement vehicles make their way out, because again, Jim, as you mentioned, we're seeing those law enforcement cruisers make their way eastbound on Bird, and then U-turn around the cars that are waiting there, and then making their way westbound to another area, perhaps to park and then walk, or maybe they will just wait there to get word of any updates, whether it be from the sheriff or for a spokesperson from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office with more information. But this right here is the scene that has been active since about 4 o'clock this afternoon at 128th Street and Southwest 122nd Avenue. And now, all earlier throughout the day, the vantage point we got was the back of that vehicle. So we saw that there was that tarp on the back window of the car by the trunk. And now with Chopper 4 coming from a different angle, we obviously see that the front driver's side window and that part of the windshield is also covered by a tarp, which could be indicative of a body in that front driver's seat of that vehicle. Perhaps the suspect, who we know is dead, in connection to this case, but we don't know if there was anyone else in the car, anyone else nearby, anyone else involved. We do not know if another deputy is the one who exchanged gunfire with the suspect. We simply do not know at this time. All we know from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office is that there was an altercation. We don't know what was at the root of the altercation, whether there was a separate crime committed, whether words were exchanged, whether this was a traffic stop where they pulled over, although it doesn't appear to be based on how that car is parked there. I don't think that had anything to do with it, or whether it was part of some ongoing investigation into something going on at this warehouse and industrial area. So that is what we are still working to gather.
Absolutely.
We hope to get more information from the sheriff tonight.
And we've just got a tweet from Miami-Dade Mayor Daniela Levine Cava, and it reads as follows. It says, "I am praying for a Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office deputy who was shot this afternoon in the line of duty. Our entire community stands with this brave officer, his family, and fellow deputies, and all our men and women in uniform who put themselves at risk to protect our community." The word from Miami-Dade Mayor Daniela Levine Cava, who obviously shares the great concern. And again, just looking at that scene, Lauren, at the hospital, and again, you are so correct that we don't want to presume anything, but boy, just looking at the show of support there, all the officers there, it certainly raises the alarm level when you see that many officers show up at a scene to show their concern about this officer. Clearly, there is a lot of concern about his condition, and we are standing by to see what that condition is going to be as the night unfolds. Let's go back out now to CBS News Miami's Maribel Rodriguez, who told us of her journey to try to get to the scene. Maribel, what's the latest from your vantage point?
I'll get that in just a couple of seconds. But earlier when we spoke just a few minutes ago, you were talking about the scene and how dark it was. I just want to give you an update on that. We did see at least two police officer vehicles pulling what appeared to be like those big lights that they use for the scene. So we saw two of them just driving by this area, heading towards the scene, assuming to light it up. But okay, so let me tell you where we're at right now. We're just off the turnpike. We were able to get off to give you guys a live shot and a vantage point as to what's happening and how bad the traffic is in this area. As you can see, this is the exit coming from, if you're heading southbound on the turnpike, it's the exit to 120th Street. That is blocked off. Some other exits are blocked off as well, leading into the scene. So as I mentioned earlier, for those who are just joining us, so we received the call at around 4 o'clock this afternoon. Manny, my photographer, and I were working on a different story. We were not too far from the scene. We were actually at Tropical Park. Those are familiar, that's just off the Palmetto and Bird Road. To get here, which on any given day would have been maybe 15, 20 minutes at most, it took us about an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes just to get close to the scene, which we were never able to get to it because many streets are blocked off around the scene. There's also neighborhoods in the area that's blocked off. We saw dozens and dozens of police officers from different departments just driving by the emergency lane with their sirens, their lights on, heading towards the scene as well. We have seen several of them also in the area. Again, traffic is a nightmare. It is backed up. If you do not have to be in this area, best advice just to stay away. There you see.
All right, Maribel Rodriguez reporting. We may have lost our signal, but as we go back live to the scene, and now we see what appears to be police looking for evidence around this vehicle that was involved in this altercation. It was a green Mustang with tinted windows. There's a yellow tarp over the driver's side, an indication that perhaps there's a body inside. We do know that the suspect is dead. We also know that the Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy who was shot is in critical condition. And we have word from Tanya Francois, who we'll go back to momentarily, that all those officers, Lauren, that we saw moving out are now parking on the west side of the street on Bird Road. And so there are really a couple of scenes there where traffic is really a nightmare, where Tanya and Maribel are, and also farther south of the scene where this all unfolded.
And Tanya, can you tell us, I mean, obviously it just seems as though it was a space issue to have so many vehicles on that property. We know parking is limited. Is that really the justification for all this movement of these law enforcement officers?
You know, Lauren, very good question, a question that I have asked several officers here, and no one has answered that question directly. But what we can tell you, what appears to be happening is the traffic, let's see, the traffic heading eastbound along Southwest 40th, you can see that's empty. Traffic heading westbound is now, I can walk into the street because there's simply no traffic except that one lone police officer there. You can see that all of that traffic is nothing but law enforcement officers. Surely the officers who have gathered here, we can see some of them standing by their cars. Also, you can see on this side, so to help give you a frame of reference where we are, I am looking at the turnpike. That would be the northbound entrance of the turnpike from 40th Street. So you can see all of these cars are now being made to go a U-turn. So if they were heading westbound, they are now making a U-turn and forced to go eastbound. So getting onto the turnpike, I would imagine this is southbound, will not happen from 40th Street. I hope I got my directions right. I think I got them. And Lauren, I know you're very familiar with this area. You can help me if I'm a little bit mistaken here, but it appears to be the officers are standing outside. I've asked a number of them if you can just simply please explain to me what's happening, so at least viewers at home who have loved ones who are traveling along this area, or we can send out an alert to help you guys keep the traffic out of the way. They're simply not saying anything at all to us here. Again, we were told that the sheriff would be out to give us, you know, an update. We are all standing by. I can show you we're here right outside the sidewalk. That's my friends with the media. Again, I can now stand in the middle of Southwest 40th Street because there is no cars going by, but you can also see at the same time the immense show of force that has come by to support their fellow officer in blue. And before you guys took me live along this street where you can see me pointing, there were law enforcement cars all parked all along. They are now gone. And as we've mentioned, this is still a working hospital. There are still people who are coming here to get treatment. As I was broadcasting live since about 4:30, we could see people arriving. We could see people who are still in need of care. We can see them going into the emergency room. They were coming out and giving us information and updating us with what they were seeing happening inside. But again, this is still a hospital. I'm not sure if the hospital is still operating. As you can see, no one can go in and out, and there are law enforcement officers blocking the road. I'm going to get out of the street because I do see some cars are coming, so I don't know if these are more vehicles who have exited the hospital. But again, right now, this is an area you want to avoid, right in front of HCA Hospital, from the turnpike all the way to about, I'd say, at least a half a mile west.
Yeah, Tanya, you nailed the directions there. That's exactly what we're looking at. And for people who are familiar with driving in that area, you exit at Bird Road, Southwest 40th Street, but then it does like a little dip and becomes 42nd Street. And right on that side, on the west side of the hospital, there is like a grassy area. There is perhaps a place that other vehicles could park there just to alleviate some of the stress on the parking at the hospital. And there are those lights perhaps that Maribel had just mentioned. She says she saw some law enforcement vehicles pulling those big spotlights, and now we see the crime scene illuminated here at Southwest 128th Street near 122nd Avenue. The tarp still on that vehicle, and the police cruiser parked right up behind it. The crime scene tape still surrounding it, going on about 2.5 hours now. And the fact that they just got those lights up indicates to me, Jim, that they intend to be here for a long time as they process this scene. Now that they could see a little bit more clearly, maybe we'll start to see some of those evidence markers go out. Because this is a shooting, perhaps there's multiple casings that need to be picked up. They'll need to also talk to the people who may have seen or heard something. So this is something that's going to go well into the evening here at the scene. And of course, the vigil at the hospital will go on as well.
And a lot of these details, Lauren, we're still waiting to get sorted out. This altercation that was described to us by the Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy, and was there a shootout between the suspect and the police officer? That's something that we don't know. We do know that the suspect is dead. We do know that the Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy reported in critical condition. And as you saw in that kaleidoscope of shots we had there in southwest Miami-Dade, on the area around Bird Road near the hospital, a traffic logjam where Abby Dodge has been reporting for us. Another area where there's been a traffic logjam to the south. So southwest Miami-Dade, certainly very difficult to get around this evening because of this situation, which began shortly after 4 p.m. this afternoon.
Yeah, and Abby Dodge mentioned to us that she actually saw a gentleman walking away from the scene toward where she was, west of the scene at 127th Avenue, saying he was essentially hitching a ride with a friend because his car was locked down in this crime scene, unable to leave. He says he works in an auto body shop, which I did see in that area. Not to say it's connected to this in any way, because he works there and he didn't know any details, so I imagine that's not connected to this, but it is in that area. So she was able to talk to someone who was just anxious to get out of there, but she says that he described it multiple times as scary. It was just very scary to hear the gunshots, to see all the commotion, to see the influx of officers descending on Southwest 128th Street in response to this scene, which we have been following now for 2.5 hours. This breaking news of a Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office deputy shot and in critical condition, a suspect dead. We are going to stay on the CBS News Miami stream to bring you the very latest, but we are going to turn things over to the CBS Evening News for your national and international news this evening.
And we will be back on the air in 30 minutes with more live team coverage coming up on CBS News Miami at 7.
We're following breaking news right now out of southwest Miami-Dade. We have been covering this scene for 2.5 hours now. Reports of a deputy shot and in critical condition now at the hospital at HCA Florida Kendall Hospital right now. This, though, was the scene at about 4:30 this afternoon. An absolute sea of law enforcement in southwest 128th Street, blocking off traffic, tactical gear on, at some times even with their guns drawn in response to this shooting investigation at southwest 128th Street and 122nd Avenue. But this is what it looked like just when that deputy was taken to the hospital, driven into the ambulance bay and taken in a stretcher into the hospital to be treated for his critical injuries.
And this occurred, as you mentioned, Lauren, more than 2 hours ago now. It was still light at the time. Now it's dark, but as we saw, the police lights have been brought there to the scene. Police continue to process that scene, and we are standing by to hear any more details about what occurred at the scene there in that industrial plaza on Southwest 128th Street and Southwest 122nd Avenue. Police there, the focal point of this whole probe was right there. That Mustang with the green Mustang with the tinted windows, the yellow tarp overhead, and this is a look now live at the traffic backup. The officers who are presumably heading south on the turnpike or 874 heading either to that scene or perhaps over to the hospital. They could be heading actually not to the hospital. And all the traffic that is backed up. Maribel Rodriguez, our reporter there just off the turnpike on Bird Road, indicating that traffic there was a nightmare. CBS News Miami's Abby Dodge near the scene noted that she talked to someone who was in that industrial complex who was walking out because they apparently couldn't drive out, and told her that the situation was quite scary in hearing the gunshots, which he heard a couple of hours ago. We have seen a procession of law enforcement officers there. And as we are looking there, that's the
exit to Bird Road.
Exit to Bird Road.
That is Southwest 40th Street. So they are passing Bird Road for some reason, which is curious to me. Bird Road is the exit to the hospital, so I'm wondering why they would be passing that. We, of course, will continue to follow to see exactly where this, police procession is headed at this point. They've got their lights and sirens. They're on the left side there of the road, so where the double white lines are typically, reserved reserved for the express lane, so to speak, of the turnpike. You're not supposed to cross that during certain times, usually during traffic hour, but it looks like there's not many cars going in that direction at this point.
I think it was the northbound lane
so
that we saw.
Okay.
Yeah, so that probably explains it.
So that traffic southbound is an absolute nightmare at this time. And this is, the road here where traffic is being diverted. The exit, I believe 821, is the turnpike, and it looks like an exit. So it says mile 23.5 southbound. I'd have to get a little bit more clarification to know exactly where that is. But really, Jim, at this point, anywhere in the turnpike in Southwest Miami-Dade, no matter what exit we're talking, it's an absolute bumper-to-bumper mess as police and law enforcement from all over South Florida convenes at Kendall Regional HCA Florida Hospital. That's where our reporter has been. Tanya got there. She was the first crew there on the scene, and she was there before any law enforcement really showed up. She may have gotten there right around the time the ambulance arrived there as well. She has seen the influx of officers drive into the hospital, and then in the last half hour, we actually saw a lot of those cruisers leaving, or rather exiting the actual hospital, and then parking their cars on Bird Road just to the west of the turnpike, where the road sort of dips down and goes from 40th Street to 42nd Street. The cars are all parked along there as they wait for word on the condition of their fellow law enforcement officer, a Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office deputy from the Kendall district. So far, the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office has given little in terms of official information besides just a couple of posts to X. In one post, they just described this rather as a, quote, altercation. So we don't know more than that. Just look at this sea of red and blue flashing lights. I think, Jim, this is where Bird dips down. So the hospital is there on the right side of your screen. You're coming from Bird at the top of your screen, and then it dips down into 42nd Street, and then it continues on westbound. But this is not a street at this point. This is a parking lot for law enforcement right now in the westbound lanes of Bird Road. Also, you can just see them there. On the west side of the hospital, there's still law enforcement parked there as well. So no vehicles are getting through to drive eastbound either. So we've got two scenes, typically about 15 to 20 minutes apart on a normal traffic day, now closer to 45 minutes to an hour if you would even attempt to drive the distance between these two locations, essentially completely locked down. One as the investigation continues, and another where law enforcement officers are just hoping for the best for their deputy friend. And
we've seen this turnout, as you mentioned, Lauren, before, when an officer is injured, or a couple of weeks ago, unfortunately killed that Miami Beach officer who died in that single motorcycle accident. But this is a scene, again, that really illustrates, number one, how dangerous and unpredictable the job can be for these law enforcement officers. It also illustrates how much of a bond they have, what a fraternity they have, the officers in blue who really come together. Clearly, these are not just officers from Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. They're from jurisdictions throughout South Florida who have turned out and offering support for this officer who, again, reportedly right now is in critical condition because of an altercation which occurred a few miles to the south of this, in an industrial area. That suspect is now dead.
And Jim, I can't make out that street sign, but I can only, make an educated guess based on our knowledge of this area. It looks like where this cross street is here is 119th Court, Southwest 119th Court, just to the west of the hospital. And these are all the gathered law enforcement from the various different agencies. We saw Miami-Dade Schools, we saw Miami Springs, we saw Coral Gables, we saw, I believe Tanya mentioned Miccosukee, you mentioned the Miami Beach Police Department. They just went through a heartbreak of their own a couple of weeks ago and saw the outpouring of love and support from other agencies. So they have officers there returning the favor, standing in solidarity with their fellow law enforcement officers and hoping for a positive update on the status of this deputy. We have not gotten any update as far as this deputy's condition. We are hearing, however, that there could be an update from law enforcement, from the sheriff's office soon. We're waiting to get an update on exactly when that might be. Yeah, Tanya Francois had heard that the sheriff was going to the hospital, but we don't know whether she will be giving the update or a spokesperson for the sheriff's office.
Well, we just got word that that news conference is set to begin any moment. So obviously we're going to stick with CBS News Miami here on the stream to try to get some answers as to what happened. Again, this whole scene broke out shortly after 4 p.m. At Southwest 128th Street, 122nd Avenue. But for now, let's go back live to CBS News Miami's Maribel Rodriguez, who's standing by right off the turnpike on Bird Road. Maribel.
Yeah, Jim, we've been here for close to an hour now. We're trying actually to get close to the scene, but it took us about an hour and a half just to get there. And we were just a few miles, excuse me, away from the scene at around 4 o'clock this morning. So we pulled over just to give you an idea on the traffic situation right here. So right behind me, you see an FHP trooper. There were several others just a few minutes ago. They left, but this is the exit heading south on the turnpike. This is the exit to 120th Street. Again, we are less than a mile from where the incident occurred. All the streets around that area on 122nd and 128th are completely blocked off. We were trying to get there. We had to make our way all around, go through Miami-Dade College, which is not too far from there as well. Just trying to get here, it was impossible. We've been seeing every 5 minutes or so several FHP troopers, also police officers from different departments with their sirens, with their lights on. On our way here, actually, on the turnpike, we did see, I counted more than a dozen police officers heading south on the turnpike. Again, the exit on 120th. The traffic heading northbound on the turnpike, as you can see over there to the right, that's not too bad. Traffic is running smoothly. However, you can't see it from this vantage point, but the turnpike heading south, bumper to bumper. We were stuck in that traffic for close to an hour just getting here. So if you don't have to be in this area, best advice to stay away from the area for a while, and it seems like this is going to continue for quite some time as they investigate the scene. So again, this is all happening on the west side of the turnpike, just off of 120th. That's the exit. So if you're heading south, want to get off 120th, you cannot do so. You can hop on 120th to get onto the turnpike heading northbound. But again, you can see we're just about less than a mile away, or maybe what would you say, Manny? I'm asking my photographer. He's better with directions than I am. But we're maybe about half a mile away from where the incident occurred, and still dozens of police officers. We did see at least 2 police cruisers, or like police SUVs, pulling those big lights that they use to light up the scenes. It is very, very dark out here, and where that scene occurred, it is also dark. So as they continue with their investigation, again, all the streets in that area blocked off. They're also, this did happen in a warehouse district, but there's also neighborhoods in that area as well. So once again, the best advice, if you don't have to be in this area, best advice is to just stay away for a while.
And Maribel, shortly after you told us you saw those police vehicles pulling those bright lights, we did see lights set up at the crime scene along Southwest 128th Street. So it's likely that that is, in fact, where those lights were headed. We will check back in with you and the traffic situation in just a little bit. We'll also check on the crime scene in just a little bit with Abby Dodge. But right now we're going to go to CBS News Miami's Tanya Francois. She is along Bird Road at the hospital, HCA Kendall, Florida Hospital. She's been there for hours now. Tanya, we see the incredible amount of law enforcement parked in the middle of the street behind you. I've never seen it blocking off the road like that. What's your impression of what you're seeing there right now?
Again, as you said, we usually don't have officers come to HCA. It is a trauma hospital, very capable of handling, trauma, police officers who are injured, but typically, they go to JMH. So we're used to that happening. So I can tell you that what's happening a little bit behind the scenes. So all of us were corralled and we were told to meet at this point. There's a sheriff's deputy right there in the middle of the screen. He says that we need to wait for the sheriff. She is coming. So I asked him for an ETA, what time that she would be arriving. I was not told or were given the time, but it looks as if, and I'm just moving ahead of us, you can see that we are all standing by. That's the deputy. What's in his hand is a Lenny stand. That's what we, put the microphone. So at any moment, we are expecting to see the sheriff come. We will bring you that live. For right now, what's happening here? So Southwest 40th Street is still very much blocked off. As you mentioned, Lauren, we can see that there are officers who are standing by their vehicles. They are lined on the west side of Southwest 40th, across the street from the hospital. You can see that the turnpike is also shut down. There's a fire truck from Miami-Dade Fire Rescue that is now entering the hospital. That is not usual. This is the second such fire truck that I have seen entered. I'm hoping you can see my shot here. You can see this fire truck entering into the hospital. Again, we were told to stand by and wait for the sheriff. I can see over my shoulder here, they're still setting up. The sheriff has still not arrived. But if you are coming anywhere near Southwest 40th, anywhere near HCA, near the turnpike, I would suggest, actually I can see, I'm going to turn the camera around so you can see a little bit better. So there's the fire truck that I was mentioning. There's a second one that is also blocking the road there. You can see the ambulances. And then further on the eastbound side of the turnpike, the traffic has been stopped. There are choppers in the air. You can see they are directing traffic right now. Again, all of these law enforcement officers, they are standing by next to their vehicles. They all moved out of the hospital, what was it, Lauren, Jim, about 20 minutes ago. We saw it happening live, and now you can see they are all standing by near their officers, near their police cars, officers from a number of agencies, just about every single one in South Florida. I am walking in the street now, keeping an eye on the sheriff. I don't see her arriving just yet, but you can see as far as the road goes, the law enforcement officers have lined the streets, looking over my shoulder to make sure there's no traffic coming and I'm still safe. But again, they have all lined up along Southwest 40th Street. These are the fire trucks that have also lined up. We cover these kinds of incidences. We don't want to make any assumptions, but this is what's happening right here at HCA. The media was moved. We were moved all to the sidewalk outside of the hospital. A vehicle just pulled up, so I wanted to make sure it wasn't the sheriff. It is not the sheriff. Once again, you can see the show of force, the deputies, the law enforcement officers from all agencies. You see Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, 2 fire trucks. We saw some ambulances. They are all here. Southwest 40th Street, east of the turnpike, completely shut down. You can see the turnpike traffic. That's what you're looking at above. It is still moving slow, as it is 6 o'clock typically around this time. And that is the southbound lanes is what you're looking at from the turnpike. And we can see just a little bit further ahead. I don't want to get yelled at again by the officers, but I'm trying to get you the best visual here. But you can see the traffic coming off of the turnpike. They cannot go eastbound. They cannot go westbound. They can only go eastbound. So all of the traffic around this area has all been shut down. And that's what's happening here, keeping an eye on the sheriff.
We have been looking at this video unfold, and as you see the procession of vehicles, easily 100 police and law enforcement vehicles there, probably more than that. And again, as Tanya Francois so eloquently pointed out, we don't want to jump to any conclusion, but boy, when you see this kind of turnout, it certainly gives you an ominous feeling about what is unfolding here at the hospital. But again, we are standing by to hear exactly what has occurred here. A Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy wounded earlier, taken to this hospital in critical condition. A suspect we know is dead. We have seen pictures of that scene, which unfolded a few miles to the south at Southwest 128th Street and Southwest 122nd Avenue in a warehouse area. A green Mustang with tinted windows. A tarp was over the driver's side, presumably to hide what evidence might be inside that could be a body. And what you're looking at live now is the scene, a growing scene, a growing law enforcement presence at the hospital there in Kendall.
And what Tanya was just showing us, first she showed us a deputy with the sheriff's office there talking to the media, perhaps giving the warning, like, you know, we're going to talk to you guys soon. Of course, as soon as we hear from the sheriff's office, whether it's from a spokesperson or from the sheriff herself, we will have that live here on the CBS News Miami stream and on air on CBS News Miami. But Tanya also showed us those fire trucks starting to sort of set up shop in the middle of the what appeared to be at least part of the eastbound lane there of Bird Road. I saw them setting up some cones behind that fire truck. Again, we don't assume why there are multiple trucks there, but it is something we will be watching to see if they are setting up for something in particular. We want to go back to the scene now to CBS News Miami's Abby Dodge. She's still west of the scene. And Abby, we are seeing some cars able to get by you and turn onto 127th Avenue. Earlier you showed us just awful traffic even on 127th. Is it moving a little bit better now?
Oh yeah, Lauren, it definitely is moving better. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see when we arrived here, there were about 5 officers completely blocking this entire intersection at 128th Street and 127th Avenue. Now we are left with about 3 sheriff's deputies and police officers out here trying to direct traffic. The only way that drivers cannot go is east on 128th Street. That's where you see still the very large police and deputy presence farther off into the distance. And I was able to speak to a couple of people who were in the area when this happened. One of them was a man who works at an auto body shop just a couple of businesses down from where we're standing right now. He said that he didn't really hear anything, but the response was quite quick. And he said that he really just it felt scary to him this entire day, and he was thankful that he was finally able to leave, walk away, and have a friend pick him up a couple of blocks down. I also spoke with a mother who was picking up her son from a percussion school over here. He was there for a jam session. She didn't want to talk to us on camera, but she said that the students in there didn't even know that this had happened. They were happily jamming away, and his mom obviously trying to safely get him home tonight. Both of them very thankful to be back together as well. The last person that I was able to talk with on scene here is a business owner here at the corner of 128th Street and 127th Avenue. There are a bunch of restaurants and businesses. She said that she was just at a grocery store not too far away when she heard gunshots, and business owners started contacting her saying that they heard gunshots as well. And she said that the response from officers and sheriff's deputies was very quick. And now I am seeing that there's a couple of people talking to some Miami-Dade police and sheriff's officers over here. I don't know if my photographer Chris can zoom in on that at the back of that car. I'm not sure what they're talking about or if they're filling out any sort of forms. It looks like one of them might be a child. Forgive me, my eyesight is not that great from long distances. Maybe that's another child who was at the percussion school, but we will try to talk to them as they make our way towards us, Lauren. And these officers have been out here for hours already, just as we have been out here for hours, directing traffic as they know that one of their own is fighting for their life at a hospital not too far away.
And Abby, since you're at the scene, you can't see what is unfolding at the hospital right now, but our viewers are looking at a live look from right outside the hospital at the intersection of the Turnpike and Southwest 40th Street at Bird Road, where 2 Miami-Dade Fire Rescue fire trucks currently have their lifts completely extended, and they are about to put up a giant American flag outside of the hospital right now, as hundreds, it seems, of officers from multiple jurisdictions and different law enforcement agencies are gathered and waiting for word on an update on this Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office deputy who was shot in the line of duty, what we know so far, in critical condition at the hospital. But as we watch this unfurl, in fact, this flag right before our eyes here outside of the hospital, our thoughts are with the law enforcement family from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, as well as the family of this deputy who is currently fighting for his life in the hospital at this hour. Clearly, they're expecting some emotional moments ahead. That's usually guaranteed when these fire trucks are brought out with a flag being flown into the evening here along Bird Road and the Turnpike as the officer, or the deputy rather, is being treated in the hospital just feet away.
Certainly the mood and the scene here strikes a somber tone, Lauren, and certainly we will stand by to get an update on exactly what is transpiring and what this means as we see it unfold in front of us. But there is an enormous law enforcement presence there at the hospital, and you're looking live at this flag, which is now flying there, and as we see,
if we could take down the shot really quickly of the flag, there we go. It looks like you could see law enforcement gathered in a huddle, perhaps in prayer, right underneath the ambulance bay there at the hospital. Just a couple hours ago, that's exactly where that ambulance was driven in to take this deputy in for treatment in critical condition after being shot just a few minutes away from the hospital. Now we see, and you can tell by the different colors of their shirts that these are different agencies perhaps. The brown is indicative of the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. They typically wear the brown uniforms, but we see some white as well. We're also seeing perhaps Miami-Dade Fire. We see people with their hands on each other's backs. Some are holding hands, many with their heads bowed as they take in this moment. Some in prayer, perhaps silent reflection as they come together in solidarity with their brother in blue, who was unfortunately shot in the line of duty this evening in Southwest Miami-Dade.
This shooting occurring just after 4 p.m. Southwest Miami-Dade at Southwest 128th Street and Southwest 122nd Avenue. It has been described to us as an altercation. The suspect we know is dead. This is what the scene is unfolding now at the hospital, where the deputy was transported by ambulance. And there is an enormous law enforcement presence there as we are looking live at this scene right now. Law enforcement officers from various jurisdictions with their heads bowed in prayer, holding hands with their hands on each other's shoulders. And we are standing by to hear from Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stutz to give us an update on what has occurred and the situation which led to this scene, which is now moved into the evening. This started this afternoon. The scene has, of course, tied up traffic throughout Southwest Miami-Dade, not only around the vicinity where this incident occurred, but also around the hospital there off of Bird Road.
I'm trying to see if I recognize anyone. I don't want to make any assumptions, but I see some fire rescue there. Perhaps even that one gentleman looks like the fire chief of Miami-Dade, Ray Jadala, but again, can't assume. We do see some people hugging there at the scene. We did receive a statement earlier in the evening from Miami-Dade Mayor Daniela Levine Cava. Unclear if she will come to the hospital at some point. We see a lot of hugging, various people, not just law enforcement, some are in plain clothes as well, perhaps family or administrative workers with the sheriff's office, but they all become a family, whether they wear a uniform and a badge or whether they work in the office or work in social media or work in the media. They are all a team, they are all a family, and when one of them is injured, when one of them is hurting, they are all hurting. We saw that just a couple of weeks ago when that Miami Beach police officer was killed in a motorcycle crash. We saw a very similar scene at a different hospital, at Jackson Memorial Hospital. We saw fire trucks with the flag flying high as the procession took place to transport the Miami Beach officer from the hospital to the medical examiner's office. Again, the last we heard from the sheriff's office is that the deputy in this case is in critical condition. We're still waiting, though, for an actual update to hear from them in person and on camera. This is the look from the street. You could see some of the officers or deputies. One of them just had his hands covering his face there for a moment. Many have taken or stepped out of their vehicles, which they have parked along Bird Road, just waiting for any word, waiting for update. These are officers from multiple different agencies. We saw Miami-Dade Police. We saw some other ones. You could tell just based on the markings on their vehicles that they come from all over to support Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, to support the family members of the deputy involved, which at this point We don't know any details about that deputy's family. We don't know details about him beyond the fact that he served in the Kendall district and was involved in some sort of, quote, altercation. That is how the sheriff's office described it. And that is what we know about this deputy at this time, who is in critical condition, fighting for his life at HCA Florida Kendall Hospital.
And we are getting some new information about this, Lauren. This began as a traffic incident. A deputy was responding, a struggle ensued, and the deputy was then shot.
And that's interesting, Jim, because we were discussing whether we thought this could be traffic related. I mentioned perhaps this was a traffic stop, but the way that the vehicle was parked indicated to me that something else had happened, but you simply never know. No 2 days are alike on this job. No 2 traffic stops are alike. We're getting more information now from our producer. Okay, and now we're hearing that the person shot themselves, the suspect shot themselves and died on the scene. And we're hearing a second person is also being questioned. So that might change the story a little bit in terms of what we saw, which was a cruiser parked behind a car with a tarp on it. It could be that there was a traffic altercation. That suspect then drove to this location and then took his own life in that location. That is just a working theory based on the brand new information that we have just received. I'm sure we are going to get this all broken down for us shortly, whether it be from the sheriff herself or from a spokesperson, a public information officer from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. But we are getting these details slowly but surely, and we are trying to learn more. Next would be more details about the condition of the deputy and a little bit more about him, his family, and his law enforcement family as well, as we watch now the ambulance being backed up into the ambulance bay. We don't want to assume that we know what that could mean at this time, but we are going to watch and see what happens here. We do see some of the motormen that were just praying, all huddled up together on their bikes, looking like they're about to lead perhaps this ambulance away from the hospital. We would have to see, based on Chopper, exactly where that ambulance will head next.
But it does appear that they are mobilizing to move out fairly soon. On the lower left, you see the microphones, and that is where we're standing by to expect to hear from Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stutz. We are going to take a pause here on the CBS News Miami stream and be back with you shortly for CBS News Miami at 7 on air. And we are back with breaking news here on CBS News Miami at 7, our continuing coverage of a Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputy who was shot at around 4 o'clock this afternoon. You're looking live now at what is occurring outside of HCA Regional Hospital in Kendall, where that wounded officer was taken. And we have seen a parade of officers, and there you see an ambulance that has backed up to the entrance, the emergency entrance where that officer was taken moments ago. We saw a huddle of Miami-Dade officers and other law enforcement personnel huddled in prayer, and we see the fire trucks that have raised the flag, Lauren, near this scene. And so we are seeing what apparently is a very somber situation unfolding.
And what you're seeing at the bottom left of your screen is a pending news conference. We don't know if we're going to hear from the sheriff herself or from a representative from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office to give us an update on exactly what happened. But within the just last couple of minutes, we've gotten some brand new information into the CBS News Miami newsroom about exactly how this all unfolded. We're hearing this started as a traffic stop, a traffic altercation in which the suspect shot the police officer. The suspect then shot himself, and sources tell us that the suspect has died, and we are hearing that another person is possibly being questioned. Not clear if that person's in custody, if they're just discussing what this person saw. We do not know that at this time, but that is at a separate scene. This is what is unfolding right now at HCA Florida Kendall Hospital, where an ambulance was backed up into the ambulance bay just within the last couple of minutes, and that the officers who were there just moments ago huddled up in prayer. Many of them are now on their motorcycles, perhaps waiting to lead this ambulance out of the hospital and through the flag-draped fire trucks that are waiting on the corner of Bird Road and the exit to the turnpike just outside of the hospital there. There's an absolutely overwhelming amount of law enforcement at the hospital right now. We have covered instances in which officers are shot in the line of duty, and there's always a tremendous show of support. The way that Bird Road is blocked off right now in those westbound lanes is just very stunning to see, for lack of a better term. All the lanes, I believe it's 3 lanes in that direction, completely filled. It's like a parking lot for law enforcement at this time, with vehicles from all different agencies right now. You see it, I believe that's what you see, that little curve there at the top of your screen. That is the westbound lanes of Bird Road as it curves to become 42nd Street right at 119th Court. That's all law enforcement parked there, completely blocking off traffic. Many have gotten out of their vehicles. They still have their lights on, shining bright tonight, but they are outside. Many, taking a moment to talk with each other to try and get the latest information to see what is the current condition of their brother in blue, a Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office deputy from the Kendall district who was shot in the line of duty, and at last word, we are told, was taken to the hospital in critical condition.
And we see as you mentioned, Lauren, the enormous response. Officers from various jurisdictions throughout South Florida, Miami Beach, Miami Springs, Coral Gables, you name it. They have been there now for a good 2 hours, and we saw them showing up en masse. So many, in fact, that they all moved their vehicles to the west side of Bird Road, and that is what you're seeing. They have since remained there. And as we see in the larger screen here, the ambulance there waiting, many officers there standing by, and that shot that you alluded to off the top of our newscast, Lauren, the flags raised by the fire trucks, indicating perhaps news that we don't want to hear.
We saw it, unfortunately, all too recently when a Miami Beach police officer was killed in a motorcycle crash off the Gratney and 138th Street in Northwest Dade, not in his jurisdiction, not on duty at that time, but still very much doing part of his job, riding his motorcycle, and he was injured and killed in a crash. And when he was taken to Jackson Memorial Hospital, we saw a very similar scene with fire trucks and just an overwhelming amount of law enforcement coming together, some to pray, some to just show their support, to show that they are standing together in solidarity. Larry Seward has been, trying to get the latest information for us. Larry, you're at the hospital right now, so you have a vantage point, wow, to see all these law enforcement officers behind you. I think that patch on the gentleman behind you looks like City of Miami, and that could just be an indication of how many agencies are out there tonight.
Lauren, we are outside Jackson Memorial Hospital because right across the street, this is 10th Avenue here. That is the medical examiner, the Miami-Dade County medical examiner. If you look down here on the street below, I counted more than 42 police cruisers from the city of Miami. We saw a SWAT unit from the city of Miami. We saw Florida Fish and Wildlife. I saw several sheriff deputies. If we could pan back over here to the left, you can look down the street. You can see the bodies that are lined up here along the sidewalk. They have been told to prepare to salute or cover their badge. And in the middle of the street, you can see the giant American flag that is at least 3 stories tall. It is dangling from the top end of a fire truck ladder right above Northwest 10th Avenue. This is right outside the Miami-Dade County Medical Examiner's Office. This is a very sobering scene. These officers, the numbers of them growing by the moment. We started probably 25 yards down earlier, and within about 10 minutes time or so, we've seen more officers fill in along the sidewalk. You can see them there standing, preparing at the ready, again being told to prepare to salute. This is a very, very sobering scene. Again, this being just outside of the medical examiner's office here in Miami-Dade County. Lauren, Jim.
Yeah, and Larry, as we see this scene unfold, boy, it really hits home what our law enforcement community faces each and every day. As we alluded to earlier, there's no such thing as a routine day, and this incident, we're told, began as what seemed to be a traffic stop, which would seem to be a routine thing, but certainly anything but routine occurred afterwards.
All right, Larry Seward, we'll check back in with you in just a minute. Oh, not sure if Larry has anything else he wanted to add. Larry, is there anything you wanted to say? Perhaps you're hearing anything from the officers there. You said that they were told to salute.
Yes, I just wanted to respond to what Jim was saying there, Lauren. You mentioned them being told to salute. Obviously, these men and women that are here, most of them that you see there are with the City of Miami Police Department, that agency not involved in the shooting that happened. That was obviously Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. But these men and women put their lives on the line every single day. They know well the dangers and the hazards. And obviously to hear about the shooting, to hear that a fellow law enforcement member is in the hospital after being shot, obviously causes a very strong reaction from the brother sisterhood of law enforcement. And so we saw many of them rush to be here. All of them obviously lined up. Some of them have been standing there again for at least 15, 20 minutes in those very positions, prepared to salute.
And Larry, unfortunately, perhaps many of them were standing in a similar position just a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about that Miami Beach police officer who he was at Jackson Memorial Hospital, so he just had a very short distance to travel to get to the medical examiner's office. But this is miles away from where this deputy is currently located at HCA Florida Kendall Hospital. There's also a similar scene with the fire trucks and the flag flying, and that's what you're seeing there at the Jackson Memorial Hospital area near the medical examiner's office in the city of Miami. Larry, we'll check back in with you in just a little bit because we do want to stay on top of what's happening here at the hospital in Kendall. That ambulance you're looking at there was backed up in close to that ambulance bay within the last 10-15 minutes or so. It looks as though officers or deputies rather are huddled once again
in prayer.
Yes, it looks like that. It looks like these might all be, I don't want to assume, but just based on the brown shirts, it looks like these might all be Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office motor officers, motormen, perhaps some women as well, but motorcycle officers who were just a couple of minutes ago on their bikes waiting to perhaps lead this ambulance out of the hospital. But now they are gathered together, and it seems like that moment of prayer or reflection that they were just taking has wrapped up, and they are waiting to see when they will be on the move. Based on what we are seeing from the multiple different scenes that we are at this point, it appears as though they will be leading this ambulance from HCA Kendall Hospital at Bird Road and the Turnpike all the way to the medical examiner's office in Miami, where plenty of Miami police officers are currently standing at the ready. Larry Seward mentioned that they were told to be ready to salute and to cover their badge as that ambulance eventually makes its way over there.
Lauren, and I believe that CBS News Miami's Jim DeFede is joining us now via the phone. Jim, are you there? All right, we're standing by to hear from Jim DeFede, but now this is the scene where Larry Seward is located, as we see the giant flag there flying over the roadway. Similar scene there at the hospital where an officer was taken, and obviously the scene where police have the vehicle that was involved in this altercation that's covered with the yellow tarp. And Lauren, you brought up an excellent point. We're not certain if that is where the traffic stop occurred or if that's where the person involved in this drove to, where he, we're told, took his own life.
And you mentioned that we were going to hear from Jim DeFede, and I hope we're able to get him on the phone soon because he typically adds such great context to situations like this and such important history. Something that I know about the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, previously the Miami-Dade Police Department, was a couple of years ago in 2022 when Officer Cesar Etchi Echeverry, they called him Etchi, when he was killed in the line of duty. That absolutely rocked this department. I have spoken to multiple officers, now deputies, who say that when that happened, it really took a toll on them, their mental health, and just as an agency together, they tried to come together and to support one another. And when I have spoken to the sheriff, when she recently took office, just at the beginning of the year, I had a chance to sit down with her, and she says that mental health was going to be a huge focus of her administration, because she wanted to make sure that in the hopefully unlikely scenario that an officer is injured in the line of duty, that these deputies have the skills and the coping mechanisms to be able to support one another and to support themselves, and more importantly, to ask for help when they need it. And we should all, if you know a law enforcement officer, whether it's with the sheriff's office or with any agency, if you're watching tonight, give them a call.
Absolutely.
Let them know that you're here to listen to them as well.
No doubt about it. They know the risks and the dangers of this job, but you can never really prepare for something like this, because what we're seeing unfold tonight hits home throughout the entire law enforcement community and throughout the hearts of all of us here in South Florida. This is a scene that began shortly after 4 this afternoon, so now we're 3 hours into our live coverage of this story. And of course, this occurred at Southwest 128th Street and Southwest 122nd Avenue. That's where CBS News Miami's Abby Dodge is still stationed tonight. So Abby, what is the latest there from where you are?
Hey, well, I just want to give you a look at the traffic over here. I know that's something that we've been talking about a lot today. I'm going to step out so you can see. This is the first time tonight that we are seeing just regular vehicles being able to leave this area. I think they may be coming from the Procession school. That's just a business or two down this block on 128th Street. We are at 127th Avenue and 128th Street. Earlier today when we got here, this entire intersection was about full of Miami-Dade sheriff's officers trying to block off this crime scene. We are now finally seeing some relief in the traffic and some relief for people who have been stuck inside these buildings for quite some time. I just finished up a conversation with a mother and son who were at the percussion school. The son said he didn't even know what was going on for a moment until everyone said, hey, we need to go on lockdown. And he said that this was a very scary instance for him, because as someone who attends school in the United States of America, he said he doesn't always, feel safe in those school settings, and this was just another instance of having an uneasy feeling. And of course, he is happy to know that he's able to be home with his family tonight, but gave his condolences to the officer as well. We do not know officially the condition of the officer, but of course, the ominous scene over at the hospital does indicate to us that something may have happened. We are seeing one officer move their car and try and go through down 128th Street right now. Still a very, very active scene. We went from about 5 officers over here down to about 3. I was also speaking to a business owner in this area near 128th Street and 127th Avenue who spoke to me earlier today. She said she was getting text messages from other business owners who heard gunshots earlier today. She made the decision to shut down her business. She said she didn't want any of her clients to be in danger, and she also didn't want to have them dealing with the traffic over here as well. She said the police response in this instance was incredibly fast, and she feels extremely safe knowing that all of these officers responded so quickly and were able to help each other out.
Very much, and certainly we did see with some video that we had from Only in Dade and from CBS News Miami viewers how fast the police response was, and they responded with their guns drawn, and so certainly she is absolutely correct about that. Abby Dodge, thank you very much. To the right, we are seeing the live pictures there at HCA Regional Hospital in Kendall, where that wounded officer was taken. He was taken there arriving probably around 4:30 or so this afternoon. The report we had was that officer was in critical condition. The suspect was dead, as we have since learned that the suspect took his own life near the scene where Abby is stationed in that warehouse area off of Southwest 128th Street and Southwest 122nd Avenue.
And that is, you're looking at pictures right now from the outside of the hospital where the fire trucks from the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue are currently positioned with a large American flag there flowing in the wind as we wait for any sort of movement from that ambulance that's currently in the bay at the hospital right now. A couple of minutes ago, a few times, we've seen multiple huddles of officers gathered together in prayer, in reflection, hugging one another, sharing some emotional moments as they wait for this update, just like we are for this deputy who was shot and is now in critical condition. About an hour or so ago, Miami-Dade Mayor Daniela Levine Cava posted a statement on X. It says, quote, "I'm praying for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office deputy who was shot this afternoon in the line of duty. Our entire community stands with this brave officer, his family and fellow deputies, and all our men and women in uniform who put themselves at risk to protect our community." And that's what we've been talking about for the last 3 hours or so, the nature of this very dangerous job, the nature of the fact that no 2 days are alike, no 2 traffic stops are alike. We didn't think that this could have started as a traffic stop because of what the scene looked like, but that simply points to the fact that you can never assume, because they never look the same. This could be different every single time. Now we're going to have to sort of work our way back to get to the beginning of all this to see, did the altercation happen in the road and the shooting happened there, and then the driver left and then went into that industrial warehouse parking lot and took his own life there? That's why we see the tarp on that vehicle. That's not in any of the shots that we're showing right now. It looks like some people are walking out. I'm not sure. That bottom left corner, I'm trying to see who exactly that is making their way. That looks like the public information officer from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. He is definitely someone you've likely seen on our screen before. There he is with the white polo and the jacket. Not sure if he's going to give an on-camera update or who might be speaking at this time, but we are wondering. And now look at that. You could see inside of the actual hospital, these Miami-Dade Sheriff's deputies filing out right now, walking through. It looks like we're going to hear from the spokesperson. Let's listen in.
She is going to give all the information she has at the time. And again, she's going to be here in less than a minute, okay? We really appreciate it. Thank you guys for your patience.
It sounds like we didn't hear the beginning there, but he mentioned she, so I'm guessing we're going to hear from the sheriff herself, Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz. As you just heard from the public information officer there, we're expecting to hear from her within a minute. Yeah. So that looks like that whole group of deputies that we just saw through the glass windows there on the ground floor of the hospital, perhaps they are walking her out to the gathered media. We're going to stay on this as they make their way. It looks like the group is coming now in this direction, and there she is, Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz. We also see one woman there on the left side of the screen who looked like she was getting emotional for a moment there. Many members of the upper administration from the sheriff's office are walking out with the sheriff as well, and we are expecting to hear from her the latest on exactly what happened at around 4 this afternoon at Southwest 128th Street and 124th Avenue in Southwest Miami-Dade. She's obviously very serious, coming up to the podium right now to share whatever update she can offer on this deputy. Let's listen in now to Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz.
I want to start out by saying that today is not okay. What happened today in Miami-Dade County and to our deputy was not okay. And today will never be okay. I ask our community to pray for the family of our fallen deputy, to pray for all of us, because we're a family and we are hurting. I ask this community to pray for our community. Pray so that we can find a way that things like this never happen again. Our deputy, Devin Jaramillo, responded to a traffic crash. And when he responded there, he was brutally attacked and he was murdered. Samaritans called 911 and deputies responded to provide first aid. And they worked him until he was transported here to this hospital and he succumbed to his injuries. He's not only a deputy, he's a son, he is a brother, and he is a friend. I want to thank all of our fellow law enforcement agencies that have stepped up today to help us, to support us, to send words of encouragement. The next few days are going to be very difficult for us, and we will still continue to make this county safe. But I remind you all, as my final word here, what happened to our deputy is not okay. He gave the ultimate sacrifice, his life, defending us, defending you. And we need to understand as a society and as a community that that is just unacceptable. We will not accept that ever. I am grateful for the words of support, and I thank everybody again who has in their own way reached out to show their support and love. And I'm grateful to the men and women who provide the safety to our community every single day. Thank you very much.
Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stutz giving the update that none of us wanted to hear this evening. Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Deputy Devin Jaramillo was shot and killed in the line of duty. He responded to a traffic crash, and the sheriff says that he was then brutally attacked and murdered. Rosie Cordero-Stutz visibly shaken, but very forceful in her message here this evening outside of the hospital that this is not okay, that the community cannot act in this way. She described this as unacceptable. And as you could see from some of the deputies wiping their tears away as they walked away from this news conference, this is a very dark day, dark evening for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
She said that Good Samaritans called 911. Deputies responded right away and gave that wounded officer first aid, and then they took him there to the hospital, but sadly, he succumbed to his injuries. And she said this is a loss to them because they are a family, that the officer was a son, a brother, and a friend. She said that the next few days will be very emotional, and we saw the emotion and heard the emotion in her voice as she broke this terrible news to us. And as you mentioned, Lauren, she said this is not okay, but she said that her department is determined to continue to defend this community. But she, in closing, said none of us should accept this because this, she said, is unacceptable.
The sheriff has been with this department since it was the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, perhaps even when it was Metro-Dade. I believe she's been with this agency for going on 3 decades at this point or close to it, but she just became the sheriff, an elected sheriff for the first time in over 50 years in Miami-Dade County, and this her first test, so to speak, of having to address the community in a time of such pain and heartbreak. You saw it on her face as she walked out of the hospital to the gathered media that this was absolutely devastating for her to have to share with the community. She seemed angry, understandably so, but very resolute in her message that her agency, her department, the sheriff's office will not stand for this. I want to bring in Jim DeFeedy if he is available for us on the phone. Jim, I imagine that you were just listening to what Sheriff Cordero Stutz had to say, or perhaps you've been talking to sources. What are you hearing tonight, and what do you make of the sheriff's message just a short time ago?
Yeah, it was incredibly powerful. I can remember when she was running for sheriff a little over a year ago, talking to her about how this moment could come if she was elected sheriff, that she could be faced with the idea of having to address an officer shot and killed. And she reminded me that back in 2011, when she was a public information officer for Miami-Dade PD, she was the actual person who came out and made the announcement that Detective Amanda Haworth had died in a brutal attack, killed by a felon, along with another officer, Roger Castillo. And I can remember when I asked her about whether or not she was prepared to handle this going forward, she said she was, but I just remember her voice breaking, and she just said, there have been too many. And then her voice sort of trailed off. So I heard that again today. And it's something that every sheriff understands, every police chief understands, becomes part of the job, but is never something that they can accept. I have been talking to a lot of sources about what occurred today, and I can fill in some of the gaps because obviously she didn't go into a lot of detail. What we have learned from talking to multiple sources is that this did start as a traffic accident in which the deputy was called to the scene to do an investigation. While he was engaged in that investigation, he became into a violent struggle with at least one individual. That individual then shot the officer and then shot himself. It is believed that the suspect in this case actually took his own life after the incident with the officer. We are hearing, and we must always understand that in the beginning of these events, information comes in bits and pieces. It is not clear what gun was used to kill the officer, but several people have told me, several sources in law enforcement have said that they are investigating the possibility that the officer was shot and killed with his own gun, and that the suspect killed himself with the officer's gun. We are still trying to wait to get more details on that.
Jim, absolutely heartbreaking to hear these new details that you've been able to gather. But I want to go back to what you mentioned specifically about the sheriff, since we just heard from her and her addressing the community for the first time in this capacity, in an instance of this gravity as the sheriff. When I interviewed her about 100 days into her tenure as the sheriff, we discussed the mental health of officers, because I have spoken to many of the deputies who told me that after the death of Cesar Echeverry back in 2022, it was absolutely heartbreaking for them as an agency, as individuals. It really took a toll on their mental health, and Sheriff Cordero Stutz had emphasized the fact that she wanted to really focus on that with these deputies, because many had mentioned that it also took a toll on the former police director, and we know how that scene all played out. So just the importance of these law enforcement officers really taking care of their mental health, not just in instances like this, but all the time, but how important it is at a moment like this to really reach out to the law enforcement officers you know and tell them you're here to support them, right?
Absolutely. And that sense of community is what you're seeing right now play out on the screen. You are seeing at the hospital there in Kendall a line of not just the ambulance, but a line of officers and motorcycles that will transport the body to the medical examiner's office. You are seeing where Larry Seward is in the city of Miami. Miami officers lining up in tribute, in honoring, to honor the fallen soldier, or the fallen officer in this case. And it's that sense of community that does unite them and gives them get measure of strength. But you're absolutely right. The community needs to do more to acknowledge, to pay tribute to show respect for law enforcement. It's an incredibly difficult job. And you're right, too, about talking about Rosa Cordero Stutz and the way that she has handled this. It was clearly a mix of emotion that is both anger and heartbreak. I can tell you a little bit more about the deputy who was killed. I know that he is not been on the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office for very long. He initially was an officer with the Coral Gables Police Department and recently transferred to the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. I can also tell you that his father is a retired Miami-Dade police officer, and that I can also share that he was single. He does not have any children, but he certainly had a family that cared and loved him deeply.
Jim, we appreciate all of the blanks that you began to fill in for us as we process this tragic story. Miami-Dade Sheriff's Deputy Devin Jaramillo killed in the line of duty. Rosie Cordero Stutz, the Miami-Dade Sheriff, saying he responded to a traffic accident, and she said he was brutally murdered. She told us that Good Samaritans happened upon the scene. Other deputies arrived and tried to render aid to the wounded deputy. He was taken to the hospital where Cordero Stutz told us that he succumbed to his injuries. And, Jim, and talking further about the sheriff, of course, as we all know here, this is the first time in more than 50 years that this office was elected. And many people wondered why we need such a big apparatus. And I think it's nights like this which remind us how important a function it is and why it's so essential that this department is funded the way it is and organized the way it is to try to keep officers as safe as possible. But even when you do all of that, still tragic events like this can occur.
Look, if you think about, let's just think about the moments before this happened. This is a deputy that is on patrol in the Kendall district, just having a regular routine night. No reason to believe that anything strange or unusual is about to happen. He gets a radio call of a traffic accident, an incident in which he is sought to respond, take a report potentially, and understand, sort of lay out, in written form what happens so that people can then go and file their reports with their insurance companies if needed. A simple routine matter, but it is those simple routine calls, whether it's a call for, domestic violence or some other incident, just something simple as a traffic stop, or in this case, a traffic accident, that can lead to such tragic results. So that is when you talk about the stress that law enforcement faces, when you talk about the mental health of a law enforcement officer, there is no regular day. There is no routine call. And what this incident reminds us is that even on something as routine as a traffic accident in which an officer the deputy was being called to take a report, to file, to do the basic work of law enforcement, something so rudimentary, and for it to end in a violence in which the deputy, Jaramillo, was shot and killed, and the suspect killing himself. It just shows that there is no such thing as a routine day for an officer.
Officer, not routine for their families and all of those who love them, their friends who know them. CBS News Miami's Jim DeFeeti joining us. Jim, thank you so much for your perspective in adding to this. And
I would like to ask Jim a question if he's still on the phone, though. Jim, are you still there?
I'm here.
I'm not sure if you've been able to look at the scene video where we're seeing this vehicle covered with a tarp, but it's parked in between other vehicles. Do you know anything of that? Is that where the car was parked when this all unfolded, or did you hear that the person drove away arrived at this scene? Or what do you know about? Because this scene is just very strange how that vehicle is parked there with the two tarps on it.
Sure. So what I can tell you is my understanding is the entire incident occurred there in that parking lot. That it wasn't like two scenes. It was this was the area where it was. I'm told that the reason why the tarp is over the car is that the individual that shot the officer went back into the car, and that's where he took his own life and killed himself. So he is inside that vehicle. That suspect is inside that vehicle now, as I've been told from my sources. What the initial accident was, I have not been able to get a good description. I don't know if this was a fender bender. I don't know if somebody backed into a parked car. I don't know if somebody scratched a car and somebody called the police, and that's what led to all of this happening. clearly it wasn't something that was taking place out on the road. It wasn't a typical traffic accident that we think of in which two cars collide at an intersection. So we are still waiting to learn more about that aspect. But I'm told that it all occurred in that parking lot. Now, it may have been that it was an incident that took place on the street, and both parties pulled into the parking lot, and that's why this all unfolded there. But we're still waiting to hear those details.
All right, Jim DeFede, thank you. For our viewers who are looking at their screens right now, this is the first picture we are seeing of Miami-Dade Sheriff's Deputy Devin Jaramillo. This photo, though, as you're seeing, the source is from the Coral Gables Fraternal Order of Police, and this is from when Officer Devin Jaramillo won the Coral Gables Police Department's Officer of the Month for July 2023. The plaque, it mentions the Kiwanis Club. It mentions that he is an officer of a distinguished officer for the Coral Gables Police Department. So while Jim DeFede was telling us he hadn't been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office for long, he mentioned that his father is a retired from the Miami-Dade Police Department. So clearly very tied and well connected to his MDSO family, who is now in absolute grief and sadness tonight. Many standing outside of the hospital right now waiting for that procession to begin. The ambulance has been waiting in the bay at the hospital for the deputy's body to be placed into the ambulance, and then it will drive out of the hospital underneath that the fire trucks with the American flag, and then make its way to the medical examiner's office in Miami. According to Tanya Francois, who is on the scene at the hospital right there on the corner of Bird and the Turnpike, she says that the path will be to exit the hospital going east, to then get on the Turnpike north, and then make the way to the medical examiner's office. And sadly, we have seen a procession like this all too recently, a much shorter one, as that procession was just from JMH to the medical examiner's office, and that was for Miami Beach police officer David Cajuso just a couple of weeks ago. Tonight we are going to see a much longer procession unfold from the hospital in Kendall to the medical examiner's office in Miami. Unclear exactly when that will begin, but there are hundreds of law enforcement officers waiting at the hospital in Kendall, as well as dozens, possibly hundreds as well at this point, gathered outside of the medical examiner's office in Miami. Earlier we saw a lot of City of Miami officers there. Perhaps officers from other agencies have decided to wait on that end for the procession to wrap up for Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Deputy Devin Jaramillo.
We have yet to learn the identity of the gunman who shot and killed the deputy, Jaramillo. We are told, again, this occurred as a result of a traffic stop. The deputy responding to that traffic accident, and that is when, according to Sheriff Rosa Cordero Stutz, he was brutally murdered. So certainly a somber turn to this story that has unfolded here throughout the afternoon and out into the night here in South Florida. Initially, this call came in shortly after 4 o'clock this afternoon that this incident had occurred in Southwest Miami-Dade, in Southwest 128th Street, and Southwest 122nd Avenue. And now as we look live, this is where we are tragically. So many officers there from all different jurisdictions throughout South Florida. They're stunned to learn that one of their own has lost his life. Let's go back now to CBS News Miami's Tanya Francois, who is live there at the hospital where this is all unfolding. Tanya.
Yes, Jim, very somber here at the hospital. It's been like that pretty much since I've been here. Again, you can see in my shot, the flag is up. This is the first we've seen some movement since Sheriff Cordero gave she spoke to the media out here and to, the public. You can see some of these cars that are moving are undercover cars. The only people who I've seen come in are hospital workers with their IDs in their hands, as well as, the law enforcement officers who've come here. Otherwise, the road is still blocked. You can see the ceremonial flag with the fire officers. Also, just want to give a small traffic alert. If you are coming off of the Turnpike going southbound, trying to get off at HCA, that's not going to happen. The Turnpike is shut down. So it seems like the motorcade will likely head east from the hospital, there's more than one entrance and exit. So there is a secondary exit. So that seems like the motorcade, if I were to guess, would leave there from the way the officers are lined up and the way this road is shut down. And follow me here, they will then eventually get onto the turnpike. You can see northbound. You can see there's very little traffic moving. These are likely people who are leaving the hospital. As I come to you live now, this is the first few cars I've seen. You can still see, even at this hour, traffic. I'm going to try to zoom in here a little bit smoothly. Forgive me. Traffic on the turnpike is still moving quite slowly, and it looks like some cars are being allowed to exit, or they're making a U-turn here. But again, the traffic, if you need to be in and around Southwest 40th, just avoid this area for the next few moments as these officers pay their last respects to their fallen law enforcement officer as well. Jim?
All right, Tanya, we'll check back in with you in just a couple of minutes as that procession gets underway. Perhaps shortly. We don't have an exact time, but I do want to share a message that was just posted to X from Miami Beach Police Chief Wayne A. Jones, a chief who has gone through this experience, unfortunately, all too recently. Not the same details, but the loss of an officer hurts the same way. And his message is the following, quote, "On behalf of the entire Miami Beach Police Department, we join our law enforcement family in mourning the tragic loss of Deputy Devin Jaramillo of the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, who passed away today. His loss is felt deeply across the South Florida community and beyond. Regardless of the color of our uniforms, there are no jurisdictional boundaries when one of our own is in need or when one of our own has fallen. We all mourn together. To the family, friends, and colleagues of Deputy Jaramillo, we honor his memory and share in your sorrow during this difficult time." And he signed it simply, Wayne. That is the chief of the Miami Beach Police Department, who we know has gone through something very similar with the loss of one of his officers in a tragic motorcycle crash just a couple of weeks ago. And just like law enforcement from all over the area came out in support of the Miami Beach Police Department, clearly the Miami Beach Police Department is returning the favor, standing in solidarity, in grief, in heartache with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office tonight.
And it was just about half an hour ago that we got the tragic news from Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosa Cordero Stutz. Her message was somber but also very resolute. Let's play that again for you.
I want to start out by saying that today is not okay. What happened today in Miami-Dade County and to our deputy was not okay. And today will never be okay. I ask our community to pray for the family of our fallen deputy, to pray for all of us, because we're family and we are hurting. I ask this community to pray for our community. Pray so that we can find a way that things like this never happen again. Our deputy, Devin Jaramillo, responded to a traffic crash. And when he responded there, he was brutally attacked and he was murdered.
That was Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz just a few minutes ago, giving the update that none of us wanted to hear, but that sadly we had started to expect based on the activity outside of the hospital in Kendall. We have seen just the overwhelming number of officers from multiple jurisdictions and agencies coming together outside of the hospital and outside of the medical examiner's office. And Jim, when we saw those fire trucks go up with the flags flying at both HCA and at the medical examiner's office, unfortunately, we knew all too well what that could potentially mean. Yeah. And the worst nightmare for this agency and for this community has truly come true this evening with Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Deputy Devin Jaramillo killed in the line of duty. A young officer, a young deputy from what we can see, with a son and a brother and a friend to many He had once been part of the Coral Gables Police Department, and just a few minutes ago we showed a picture of him smiling with pride, being given the Officer of the Month distinction for the Coral Gables Police Department. There he is. And so not just the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office family hurting tonight, but also the Coral Gables Police Department and really all the different agencies. We just read that statement from the mayor, or rather from the chief of Miami Beach Police. They all stand together. They all feel these losses so deeply. It impacts them all because it could be any one of them on any given day. He was simply responding to a traffic crash. Wasn't involved in the crash. He was not pulling over this driver. He was just simply there to take the report after a crash. And then the sheriff says that he was brutally attacked and murdered simply for doing his job.
We do not know the identity of the gunman who shot and killed Deputy Jaramillo. We are waiting further details on that. We do know that Deputy Jaramillo was from a law enforcement family, and we were told that his father was a retired police officer. So certainly this is a loss not only for this department, but the entire law enforcement community. But obviously, Lauren, it is something that the entire community here in South Florida feels the weight of this evening.
And I'm just now looking, Sheriff Rosie, that's her handle on Instagram, posted a photo of Devin Jaramillo just a short time ago. I'd like to read because she gives some more details about the deputy. She says, quote, "It is with great sadness that I announce the passing of Kendall District Deputy Devin Jaramillo of the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. Deputy Jaramillo is a proud graduate of lateral class number 6 in May 2024 and was a valued member of our agency. At just 27 years old, he served our community with professionalism, dedication, and an unwavering commitment to protecting others. My thoughts and prayers are with his family, friends, and fellow deputies during this difficult time. Deputy Jaramillo's legacy of integrity, compassion, and courage will continue to live on in the hearts of all who had the privilege of knowing and serving alongside him." That was the post made to Instagram just a couple of minutes ago from Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz, giving us a little bit more information. He was part of lateral class number 6 in May of 2024, so has not been with the department for long. Yeah. He's 27 years old. She described him as serving the community with professionalism, dedication, and an unwavering commitment to protecting others. And when she came outside of the hospital just a short time ago and gave her statement and described what happened, she said, "He died defending you," meaning us, meaning the community. She was very firm in emphasizing the point that he was protecting this community. They take an oath to protect and serve, and he was merely doing his job. When he was gunned down, she described it as a brutal attack and killed in Southwest Miami-Dade earlier this afternoon.
And we are told that the procession, which will take his body from the hospital down to the medical examiner's office, has begun. And so we expect to see that somber procession begin very shortly. But again, this afternoon, what a tragic turn this story has taken, Lauren. As 4:15 in the afternoon, we get the report of an officer involved in a shooting, wounded. Then we get word that the suspect was dead, the officer in critical condition. But now let's go live to CBS News Miami's Nakaya Carrero, who's standing by live where the procession is underway. Nakaya.
Jim and Lauren, the procession is set to take place any minute now. As you know, we heard from the sheriff, very emotional as she came out, but she's not the only one emotional out here. Let me show you exactly what we are seeing out here. Multiple agencies from across Miami-Dade County are here standing by to watch the procession take place, which would eventually lead to the Miami-Dade Examiner's office. You have deputies from Miami-Dade County Sheriff's Office, very obvious, but you also see Doral Police Department, Miami Beach Police Department, Miami-Dade Public Schools Office has officers out here, and it just shows you the camaraderie through a hard time like this. It's a brother of theirs. They've watched him work towards, this career that he's probably dreamed of his entire life. As we now know, like Jim DeFede said, his father was also involved in law enforcement. And any minute now, they will bring him out and drive down an ambulance, as we saw last week with the city of Miami Beach, what they did with Officer Cajuso. They will drive down here on Southwest 40th Street, Bird Road, under the flag that is raised in the air by Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. Then they will eventually get on the highway, get on the turnpike. And we do know that there are deputies who are blocking off the turnpike and will eventually lead a procession from this location at HCA Florida Kendall Hospital all the way through the county to downtown Miami, to Jackson Memorial Rider Center, where the medical examiner is. As you can see, it's very somber out here. All these officers, law enforcement deputies, they are waiting in position to receive and eventually guide him to that location. And we will, of course, be here throughout the evening to bring you live updates as this procession is set to take place any second. Live at HCA Florida Kendall Hospital, Nakaya Carrero.
All right, Nakaya, we of course will remain vigilant to see when that procession begins. In the meantime, though, we do have a statement from Coral Gables Police Chief Hudak. He says, Chief Hudak and the entire Coral Gables police family are deeply saddened by the tragic loss of former Coral Gables police officer D. Jaramillo, who was killed in the line of duty while serving with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. Officer Jaramillo was a decorated police officer who honorably served the city of Coral Gables for nearly 4 years. His dedication, courage, and commitment to our community will never be forgotten. Our thoughts and prayers are with Officer Jaramillo's family, Sheriff Cordero Stutz, and the entire Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. So we have been looking at these photos of Deputy Jaramillo holding a plaque, and that was from his time serving at the Coral Gables Police Department, where he was awarded in July 2023 with the Officer of the Month, the Distinguished Officer Award that month. And we're learning now, according to the police department there in Coral Gables, that he served them honorably for 4 years in the city of Coral Gables, and he's been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office since May of 2024, so about a year and a half with this agency, for a total of 5.5 years at the age of 27 years old. So he started, his rookie year was likely perhaps when he was 21, 22 years old, serving this community. Jim DeFede was able to tell us that Deputy Jaramillo's father was a retired member of the Miami-Dade Police Department. So clearly a line of service and law enforcement in his family, and he seemed to have been, following in his father's footsteps, doing this job that he felt called to do, and unfortunately, simply responding to a call as he would any day, took his life. He was killed in the line of duty today. And
Lauren, sadly, we are told now that the deputy's body has been loaded into the ambulance, draped in the American flag. And we should see that procession begin very shortly. Certainly a very somber night after what occurred this afternoon in Southwest Miami-Dade at Southwest 128th Street and Southwest 122nd Avenue in an industrial area where that officer responded to an accident, as you mentioned, Lauren, doing what appeared to be routine law enforcement work before Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz said that he was, quote, brutally murdered. The suspect then turning a gun on himself and taking his own life. And as we look at the enormous flag there hoisted by the Miami-Dade Fire Department, that marks the start of the procession. Sadly, that procession will go from the hospital down to the medical examiner's office, and certainly a sight that none of us wanted to see. And unfortunately, this flag held up by 2 fire trucks is mimicked at the medical examiner's office. I'm not sure if that's City of Miami Fire perhaps on the other end, waiting to accept the body of the fallen officer from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, but we do know here in Kendall at HCA Florida, it is the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue tasked with lifting the flag up above Bird Road. You see that there. It's on the west side, it's on the east side
of the road, and the cars that would typically be driving westbound, instead that side of the road completely blocked off. All those lights that you can't make out here, it just looks like one, consistent light, is hundreds of police and law enforcement vehicles lined up right now waiting to salute as Deputy Devin Jaramillo's body is taken from the hospital where he arrived just after 4 o'clock this afternoon for treatment for a gunshot wound, critical injuries, fatal injuries. The sheriff says that he succumbed to those injuries at the hospital despite the best effort of the Good Samaritans who ran to help, who called 911, the deputies who tried to render aid on the scene, and all the doctors and nurses and staff who I'm sure did all that they could for Deputy Jaramillo at the hospital all throughout these last few hours. But unfortunately, within the last hour, we have gotten confirmation from the Miami-Dade Sheriff, Rosie Cordero Stutz, that Deputy Devin Jaramillo did not survive his injuries tonight.
Deputy Jaramillo was with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office for about a year and a half, coming from the Coral Gables Police Department. We read a statement from Chief Ed Hudak there, Coral Gables, who spoke fondly of him. And we heard the very emotional word from Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz giving us the tragic news about the death of Deputy Jaramillo. We will stay on top of this developing story. That it will conclude our coverage here on CBS News Miami. We will continue on the CBS News Miami stream. I'm Jim Barry.
And I'm Lauren Pastrana. We'll also see you back here on CBS News Miami at 11 tonight. Have a good evening and be safe. We are continuing our special coverage here on the CBS News Miami stream of a devastating day for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. You are looking at live pictures right now from outside of HCA Florida Kendall Regional Hospital, where we just saw a few law enforcement vehicles driving eastbound on Bird Road, the first vehicles we've seen actually driving on that road in a long time now at this point, because all of the law enforcement is parked in those westbound lanes waiting for the procession to begin in honor of fallen Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Deputy Devin Jaramillo, a 27-year-old member of the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office killed in the line of duty today in Southwest Miami-Dade, simply responding to a traffic crash. He was called out to the scene along Southwest 128th Street and 122nd Avenue around 4 o'clock this afternoon to take a report of a crash. And that's when Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz says Deputy Jaramillo was brutally attacked and shot in the street in Southwest Miami-Dade. Now the procession is beginning here at the hospital, HCA Florida Kendall Hospital, where those doctors and nurses did everything they could to try to save this deputy, but the sheriff says he succumbed to his injuries at the hospital. This procession will stretch from Bird Road, Southwest 40th Street, and the Turnpike all the way to the medical examiner's office in the city of Miami.
And certainly this is a somber evening. Many of those officers have been there for hours awaiting word. And when they got the news of what had occurred, we saw many of them huddling in prayer. We saw the flag raised, and we, from that point on, had a sense that the news would be tragic, and sadly it is. Miami-Dade Sheriff's Deputy Devin Jaramillo, 27 years old, killed in the line of duty this afternoon. So many officers from so many jurisdictions responding and standing there as this procession goes by here in Southwest Miami-Dade.
Sadly, for many, it feels like a familiar scene. Just different day, different hospital, different law enforcement agency. But just a few weeks ago, we saw the outpouring of love and support from the multiple different jurisdictions to support the Miami Beach Police Department when one of their officers was killed in a tragic motorcycle crash. Here they are, many of them once again outside of the hospital. Some gathered outside of the medical examiner's office as well. We saw earlier in the evening the tremendous show of force from the City of Miami Police Department waiting at the medical examiner's office to greet the family of Deputy Devin Jaramillo as they make this incredibly painful journey from the hospital to the medical examiner's office tonight.
Officer Jaramillo was single, but he, as the sheriff described him, was a son, a brother, a friend. She said their family is mourning, but as her voice cracked with emotion, she sounded so resolute when she said, we must all remember this is not okay. This is unacceptable. This will never be okay in our community.
She was very forceful in her message, in the way that she described what happened to this deputy. She didn't merely say he was shot in the line of duty. She says he was brutally attacked and that he died defending you, meaning this community that he has been a part of his seemingly entire life, because his father has been part of the Miami-Dade Police Department. We're hearing from Jim DeFede that he retired with the Miami-Dade Police Department. There we see a deputy saluting at this time. It doesn't appear as though the actual ambulance has passed, at least not that we have seen, but we have seen a lot of the motorcycles crossing along Bird Road there in the eastbound direction to get onto the turnpike. And there it is. We see the motorcade leading the ambulance along Bird Road eastbound. We are told the ambulance will then get onto the turnpike northbound and make the trip to the medical examiner's office tonight.
And we see the row of law enforcement officers from various jurisdictions saluting as the ambulance passes underneath the flag there on Bird Road. Certainly a very emotional and a very sad scene unfolding here in Southwest Miami-Dade from an incident which occurred shortly after 4 o'clock this afternoon.
And we see some saluting, and I just noted one of the officers covering his badge. We heard, and there you go again, they're covering their hands over their hearts, covering their badges there as well. Some were saluting, all as a moment of respect for their fallen brother in, we say brother in blue, Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office wears brown, but as any law enforcement member will tell you tonight, it does not matter what color the uniform is tonight. They are all one big law enforcement family. These officers, many of them have been standing outside on Bird Road for a better part of 2 hours now. Some may have been at the scene and then drove from the scene to be here and then moved their cars when they were told to leave the hospital parking lot and to wait on Bird Road. They were going to be there until the very end to see off Deputy Devin Jaramillo. We are seeing the procession of police vehicles now, some marked, some unmarked, all that are marked with their lights flashing tonight as they begin that journey to the other part, the other side of the county. They're in Southwest Dade. This happened even further south of the hospital, and now they're going to start the trek to head toward the medical examiner's office. I can only imagine that the route will look like the turnpike to the 836 eastbound and then exiting around 12th or in that memorial, that health district to exit near Jackson Memorial Hospital and then to go to the medical examiner's office where his body will be taken in, and then we will await word on what comes next. We saw just recently that there will be another procession at some point when the body will be moved to a funeral home, and then we will await word on when arrangements will be made for a funeral. Another department is preparing for a funeral just next week. I believe that the funeral for David Cajuso is on the 12th. So another agency still in the midst of their grief. And now the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office here joins them in this pain and despair of losing one of their own. We will, of course, continue to monitor when those arrangements will be made. But this right now is a live look from Chopper 4 of the ambulance and that motorcade making its way. Yes, I see it looks like Southwest 8th Street, so they're on the turnpike going north, and so in just a few blocks, or a few, rather maybe even a mile, I'm not even sure, they'll get to Flagler and then 836 perhaps, and that's when they will start to make that cut to the east. But moving slow and steady. They have shut down the turnpike. It has been closed for hours now in preparation of this moment. I can't see the southbound lanes right now, but I do see someone pulled over, perhaps on the side of the road.
Everybody's pulled over.
Yeah.
You see the traffic at a standstill. I just noticed that as we pan to the left. And so this has become a scene that has captured everyone's heart here on the turnpike. They realize what they are witnessing, and sadly this is a scene that no one wants to see unfold as another law enforcement officer has lost his life in the line of duty. Devin Jaramillo, just 27 years old, with this department just a year and a half or so, and as we saw that picture of him so happy, Lauren, when he was named Officer of the Month, when he was still with the Coral Gables Department, and look at the sea of traffic there in the southbound lanes. It is at a standstill, probably because law enforcement has stopped traffic, but also I think out of respect, because they recognize what is occurring here.
Yeah, I believe the exit there on the turnpike to Bird is blocked off as well, so that could be why there's a lot of traffic. But we did see that car pulled over. I'm sure people who may not even be aware of what's going on are looking right now to their left outside the driver's side window and hopefully taking a moment to reflect on this motorcade passing by them in the northbound lanes. It looks like you see the sign there for FIU and Tamiami Park, so that's where we're passing right now. So soon they will hit that 836 Dolphin Expressway curve to start going to the east, and it's going to be a slow go for this procession. This is a moment to reflect and to show respect. So they will take their time making their way from the hospital in Southwest Dade to the medical examiner's office in the city of Miami. This is a photo here of Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Deputy Devin Jaramillo. This is from when he was a Coral Gables police officer and was winning an Officer of the Month award back in July 2023. We know, based on a post from Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stutz, that he graduated from his lateral class, she described it, in May of 2024 for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, and that is the picture that Sheriff Cordero-Stutz posted on her social media. We see him with that flag behind him in the photo just moments ago. The ambulance carrying his body went under the giant American flag that was set up by the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue outside of the hospital. At the start of this procession, another American flag awaits him at the end of this procession at the medical examiner's office in the city of Miami.
They are approaching 836, and as they are moving to the right lane, they will get on 836 heading east, heading to the medical examiner's office, as we see the sign there as they are passing underneath. Officer Jaramillo, working out of the Kendall district, responded to a report of a traffic accident which apparently occurred at Southwest 128th Street and Southwest 122nd Avenue. While he was there taking a report, Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stutz informed us that, as she put it, he was brutally murdered. We do not know the identity of the gunman who shot him, but we do know that that gunman, according to reports then, took his own life. And throughout the evening, we have seen a green Mustang with tinted windows with a yellow tarp over it. Presumably that's the scene where this all occurred. Good Samaritans who happened upon the scene called 911. Deputies responded swiftly, tried to render aid to the officer who was transported to the hospital. But as the sheriff told us, he succumbed to his injuries.
And now the ambulance and those officers on the motorcycles have officially crossed onto the 836. You see them making that curve to the right going eastbound. They'll pass 107th Avenue, and then it's quite a hike to get from 107th to about 12th or so. Right. So this will take some time. And I'm seeing a message from our Tanya Francois, who's at the hospital, and she says officers are still leaving. So this procession will be a long one. We saw just how many officers were there there on the street on Bird Road. Unclear if all of those officers will follow along, but it seems as though many definitely want to. They want to show their respects and make this trip across the county to take the body of Deputy Devin Jaramillo to the medical examiner's office. Larry Seward has been there for a couple of hours now as the Miami Police Department is awaiting the reception of this ambulance there to show their support and to stand in solidarity. The medical examiner's office obviously falling within their jurisdiction. That's the picture you are looking at there on the left side of your screen. Once again, that big American flag being held by a fire truck high into the air, about 3-4 stories up in the air. You could tell based on that parking garage structure next to the fire truck and the American flag. You can see just how somber and quiet it looks there on the left as they're just waiting. Larry says that they were told to wait to salute and to cover their badge. They will be waiting for another little while, but they will be ready when that moment comes.
As we saw other officers there at the hospital do the very same thing, covering their badges, many of them saluting as the ambulance left the hospital there in Kendall. This is sadly something you never get used to seeing, Lauren, and officers understand the risk every day that they put on the uniform. They also understand all too well that what can seem to be routine can, in a moment, in an instant, turn tragic, as is what occurred tonight with Miami-Dade Sheriff's Deputy Devin Jaramillo. I'm
not sure if you can notice, Jim, at each of the entrances to the highway, it looks as though various agencies are blocking off the road. I can't make out what fire agency it was there on the 836, but they were blocking the lanes. So this obviously, I hate to minimize this to traffic, but we do want to let people know that yes, this is a county-wide traffic situation at this point. If you were planning on heading out 836 in the eastbound direction, obviously not an option for you at this time. The Turnpike northbound, also not an option at this time. I'm not sure if Southwest 128th Street is still blocked off, but I would imagine so. We haven't checked back in on the actual scene where all of this occurred in quite a bit because we wanted to keep our focus here and our respect here on Officer or Deputy Devin Jaramillo as the procession. It appears as though it's picking up a little bit of speed, just going a little bit faster as they make their way eastbound on the Dolphin Expressway to get to the medical examiner's office. And
no other traffic, as you pointed out there, Lauren, all those exits blocked off, so that's going to make the journey a bit faster, certainly. And as we just saw, that is the scene that awaits that ambulance once it arrives. We heard from a very emotional Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stutz a little over an hour ago, breaking to us the news of Officer Jaramillo's passing. Her voice cracked with emotion, but there was resolve in her voice as she spoke of how important it is and how dedicated she and her officers are to protecting this community. But she also said right off the bat, we all must remember that what occurred today is not okay.
The sheriff took office back in January, so this is her first instance of having to represent this agency in this capacity as sheriff in a moment of such pain and heartbreak. But I want to bring in Jim DeFede. Jim, if you can hear us, you added some interesting insight earlier tonight talking about the fact that while yes, this is Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stutz's first time dealing with this as a sheriff, she has unfortunately dealt with loss and had to convey that to the community as a member of the Miami-Dade Police Department during her almost 30 years with this agency, correct? Actually, Jim DeFede, I'm not sure if he was able to hear us, if we're still getting connected, but what I was referencing is Amanda Hawthorne when she was killed in the line of duty. I believe it was back in 2011. Forgive me if I don't have that detail correct right off the top of my head. I know Jim DeFede had those details, but she was, Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stutz at the time was a public information officer.
Correct.
So she had to, deliver that message to the community, but obviously a little bit different, a heavier significance when she has to come out as the sheriff. When I interviewed her after her first 100 days in office and I discussed with her potentially having a moment like this, she stressed the fact that she was concerned about the mental health of her deputies and how something like this could impact them. I believe Jim DeFede is back with us now. Jim, we were just talking about Sheriff Rosie Cordero-Stutz's statements and her, first foray as the sheriff in dealing with something like this. What did you make of her comments tonight?
Incredibly emotional, incredibly angry, understandably angry. And you're right, Lauren, the way you recalled what I had said earlier. As a PIO back in 2011, she was the face of the department that delivered the news that Detective Amanda Hayworth, had been shot and killed. Along with another deputy or another officer rather at the time, Roger Castillo. And this is something that she thought about because I had asked her about this when she ran for sheriff. This is the bad side of the job. There's a lot of good in being the sheriff of Miami-Dade County there, and she wants to do a lot of good. That's always been clear in my conversations with her. But this is the part of the job that no sheriff, no police chief ever wants to be part of, but knows that it's inevitable. And sadly, it is. And it's unlikely that this will be the last time that this sheriff has to deal with incidents like this, because these things are all too common, as you've pointed out over the course of the night. The very fact that we have a routine, we know how to do these processions, where to place the flags, where to stand, where to line up, tells us that this is a moment that has been repeated in the past and will more than likely be repeated in the future. So, watching Rosie tonight, watching the sheriff, it was incredibly powerful. It wasn't really a press conference. It was a chance for her to come to the microphone and reveal that the officer had, or the deputy had, in fact passed away. She didn't take questions. I understand that. But there are still a lot of questions to be answered about this incident.
Jim, and you pointed to some of the details that you were able to uncover with some of your sources. And for those who maybe just be joining us, can you recap some of what you learned about what happened?
Sure. This started as an incident, a traffic accident. That's the way the call came in. And Deputy Jaramillo was assigned to respond to the accident. And it's not an unusual call. It's often involves just simply taking a report for individuals' insurance companies. But while he was at that scene, something went terribly wrong. We still don't understand how the incident escalated, but we know that it eventually ended in a violent confrontation between the deputy and at least one individual, in which the deputy was shot. I can, as I reported earlier, continue to tell you that one of the things that the department is investigating is whether or not it was a struggle over the officer's gun and whether or not the officer was shot with his own gun. I can tell you that after the officer was fatally wounded, the subject in this case used a gun to then kill himself. He was back inside that automobile. There are going to be a number of things that are going to be fascinating to want to understand. The first of which is, was the officer's body camera on? Is there a video recording of this entire incident? What happened? The sheriff talked about how Good Samaritans came immediately to the officer's aid, to the deputy's aid. So we know that there were witnesses to what happened, and that will be vitally important. As both the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office conducts an investigation, I would also imagine that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement will be deeply involved in this investigation as well. And we will see as those details emerge what exactly took place in this parking lot on what should have been, or what seemingly was, a routine call.
Jim, I did see early on in the investigation, like 4:30, 4:45 or so, I did see FDLE on the scene there at Southwest 128th Street, typical for any, officer or deputy involved in any sort of shooting. So we did see them there. I do want to update the viewers, though, that they are watching this procession along the 836 moving eastbound. Just a short time ago, it passed 57th Avenue, Red Road. I'm not sure if it's approached Lejeune yet or if it's still on the way to getting to Lejeune. Tanya Francois, who's been at the hospital for us for hours now, says that the last of the police vehicles from the tail end of the procession have since left the hospital. But that was when the vehicle was at about, 67th Avenue. So clearly a long stretch of cars, not just on the 836, but also on the Turnpike northbound. Jim DeFede, I want to bring you back because have you gotten any information whatsoever about this suspect? I know we don't know whose gun was used in all this, why this all happened, but anything from your sources about who this person is?
It is something that I have been working on. We don't have anything to report at this point. We don't know. I've been trying to determine if this person has a criminal history, a violent background, or an issue with mental health. None of that is known at this point. We are continuing to wait. At some point, the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office will need to have a proper press conference to answer a lot of these questions, to allow for some questioning of what took place. But I understand this isn't the moment. I understand what's taking place right now is foremost in their mind is to pay honor and tribute to their slain brother. And so I get that, but there will come a point where a lot of this has to be responded to and more details need to be released.
Lastly, we had heard possible reports of someone else being detained for questioning. Did you learn any more about that?
I have not. I do. It is my understanding that another individual was, I think the right way to rephrase it is detained. I don't know that anyone else has been arrested. I think it was more, they could have been a party in that original traffic accident, or they may have just been a witness and were taken into custody just to question. But we don't know more about that at this point. Look, this is going to be a long investigation. They are going to be out there well into the night and possibly into the morning as they go through that crime scene, as they deliver it. I think one of the things that you will see in the same way that you are seeing this procession, which is reminiscent of a presidential motorcade when it moves through the city, you will see there will be a different type of procession that will take place, because that car will almost certainly, in which the suspect is inside dead, will be loaded onto a flatbed truck and also driven to the medical examiner's office. And the body will be removed from there at the medical examiner's office. So this will be a different type of procession that'll take place in the coming hours, but one no less important.
Thank you. As we see this procession moving just past Freedom Park, where Miami's new stadium is being built, heading eastbound on 836.
So that's around 37th Avenue, somewhere between Lejeune and 37th Douglas, there near Grapeland Park, to give you guys some context of exactly where the motorcade is now, where this procession is. So still a ways off from the scene you see on your left side of your screen, where mostly it looks as though City of Miami police officers are gathered. I say mostly just based on the uniforms that I'm seeing there. They typically wear black. Some of their officers wear the blue polos. That's who we're seeing there waiting at that scene. Of course, there may also be officers from other jurisdictions there as well who were unable to get to the hospital in Kendall in Southwest Dade because it was so difficult to get around the entire county all day today because of this investigation. The multiple scenes involved
you guys
here.
Still have me?
The main crime scene, obviously, at Southwest 128th Street and 122nd Avenue. At one point, both the sides of 128th Street were completely blocked off to traffic. Seems as though they're going to stay closed for a while, but at one point there were just dozens of police cars there. Then a lot of the cruisers made their way north to the hospital to be there for a hopefully positive update on the condition of this deputy, but unfortunately that was not to be. And just after 7 o'clock this evening, we heard from Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz, who gave the update that as Jim mentioned, we sadly started to expect because of what we saw unfolding and because of past experience, even just as recently as a couple of weeks ago, when we saw those fire trucks start lifting that flag into the sky at the hospital and then seeing another one set up at the medical examiner's office. Sadly, it seemed as though the writing was on the wall. We knew what was coming. It was just a matter of the sheriff getting official confirmation, perhaps getting her thoughts and words together, because she wanted to send a message with what she said here this evening. She didn't take questions, but she didn't have to. She came out and said what she wanted to say. She was visibly shaken. You saw her get emotional at times, but she was very firm in the things that she wanted to tell this community, which was at the very top, this is not okay. She said, what happened is not okay. I ask our community to pray for the family of the deputy and for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. She says that we are hurting. We meaning the Sheriff's Office, but also she elaborated that to also mean the community. She asked for prayers for this entire community. She said that the next few days will be very difficult for the agency, for the family of Deputy Devin Jaramillo, for anyone really in law enforcement who is touched by things like this happening, and the family and loved ones of people in law enforcement, because unfortunately it brings to the forefront just how real this possibility could be. On any given day, you are simply doing your job, responding to a traffic crash, and you are shot and killed in the line of duty. That vehicle, rather the procession, looks like they're exiting, Jim. Did you see 17th Avenue?
Northwest
Is that what you
17th
saw?
Avenue. So it probably is the next exit where they will exit and then head to the hospital complex area. And that is the scene that is awaiting them on the right, as you pointed out, Lauren. We are now more than 4 hours into this story, following it from where it began in Southwest 128th Street and Southwest 122nd Avenue, where there was this traffic accident that Officer Jaramillo, Deputy Jaramillo, responded to. That is where the incident occurred. There was a vehicle there with a yellow tarp over it. That officer transported to the hospital, but as the sheriff told us, he succumbed to his injuries despite the best efforts of Good Samaritans who saw what happened, who called 911, despite the best efforts of other officers who quickly responded and offered medical assistance, and the law enforcement community throughout South Florida responding to this. We heard from Coral Gables Police Chief Ed Hudak, who remembers, of course, this deputy when he was with that department until about 1.5 years ago. He comes from a law enforcement family. Deputy Jaramillo's dad, a retired Miami-Dade Sheriff's officer. So this is something that hits home deeply within this community. We also heard from Miami Beach Police Chief Wayne Jones, who just 2 weeks ago we saw standing in front of the mics with his voice breaking to tell us about the passing of one of his officers, Officer Cayuso.
And right now, clearly the procession and the ambulance has moved off of the highway. I saw them exiting at 17th Avenue, but from the traffic I'm looking at on the apps here, it looks like 12th Avenue is also blocked and 20th Street is blocked because of this procession that's about to make its way through the medical district, I guess we can call it, for lack of a better term, here in the city of Miami. This is near Jackson Memorial Hospital, but also near the Department of Veteran Affairs and all the different hospitals where people go to get help. But the medical examiner's office is also right in that complex, in the middle of all of that. So that is where this ambulance will go in just a couple of minutes, and that is where all the people on the right have been waiting for hours now to pay their respects, to salute as the officer and the ambulance pass by, to cover their badges as that ambulance passes by. The entire procession, the traffic has been blocked. And if you know Miami-Dade County, you know to go from Bird Road and the Turnpike to basically, 12th Avenue near just to the west of 95 and 836. That is a long trek. That is a drive that would take a very long time in normal traffic conditions in Miami. Obviously, all the traffic was completely stopped. There was no other vehicles on the road in order for this procession and this ambulance with these motorcycle deputies from the sheriff's office to make their way from the hospital, HCA Florida Kendall Regional Hospital, to the medical examiner's office. We typically, although I don't want to call anything typical because nothing is typical in this line of work, you just never know, but we sometimes see officers going to JMH and then making this procession, which is a lot quicker. This procession obviously taking a significant amount of more time because of the distance. We just saw that one motorcycle make its way in. Obviously, that looks like a lead motorcycle that's a bit separated from this actual procession and from the actual ambulance. Still some traffic getting by there in one direction at least, but I'm sure things will be blocked off shortly in order to allow this procession to come into the medical examiner's office.
And as that procession arrives, Lauren, we see the officers who have been patiently standing by, waiting to pay their respects to Deputy Jaramillo. They may not have known him personally, but they know of his sacrifice, they know of his honor, and they are there to salute him and share in what is no doubt a very somber moment for the entire law enforcement community in South Florida and throughout the state of Florida.
We see that procession, the ambulance now taking a turn. Our chopper has stayed very close in on the actual ambulance, so I'm not sure just how many vehicles are following behind. I'm wondering if this just made the turn on perhaps 20th Street to loop around onto 12th Avenue. There you go. It's coming around as it's arriving here at the medical examiner's office in the city of Miami. Another lead motorcycle there. I'm still waiting for the actual ambulance to make that turn into the medical examiner's office. That's why I was wondering if perhaps that's 20th. I'm not 100% sure, but based on the maps, based on the apps, it's showing that those are the roads that are closed off to vehicular traffic right now. So I imagine that is at least close to the area where this procession is traveling through right now. But really any second now, we are expected to see the ambulance turn into the medical examiner's office. Looks like some of these other motorcycles were just, clearing the path, making sure everything was blocked off before the actual Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office motormen make their way into the medical examiner's area in the back. Usually, I don't know how to describe it, Jim, but there's like a way that they come in through that we typically watch from the chopper, and we see them bring that ambulance into the bay in the back. Usually before they take it all the way in, there's a moment outside of the medical examiner's office where the family is usually gathered. I don't know if we're going to see that here tonight. We normally see it from overhead, but we do have this camera on the ground here tonight, so we might get a different vantage point than we typically see.
And no doubt, not only as these officers await the arrival, but many people who are there in that medical complex, I'm certain, are paused to see what's going on. As you mentioned, so many facilities there, Bascom Palmer, the Eye Institute, right in that area, and so many people there are seeing what is occurring as we see the ambulance pull in right now.
It just passed 12th Avenue, so it's going to go, I imagine, to 9th Avenue to make that right turn, and that's where the medical examiner's office is, because we're, 12th is that main street kind of in that area for all the different hospitals and medical facilities, but this is just to the east of that. And I believe on 9th is where they will turn, because the medical examiner's office is on that corner, 9th Ave, kind of where 10th curves and then becomes 9th in that area. So I'm expecting that we will see that any second
now. The officers now saluting as the motorcade arrives. CBS News Miami's Larry Seward is also there live for us. Larry? We'll get to Larry in a second as the ambulance arrives, making that turn. The officers there saluting as the body of Miami-Dade Sheriff's Deputy Devin Jaramillo passes with this very somber procession around 8:30 tonight.
I'm not sure if the camera that's positioned there has some audio, if any sirens are blaring at this point, but to show respect, we perhaps could pause for a moment and just take that in as the body of Deputy Devin Jaramillo is taken into the medical examiner's office right now. Let's take a moment.
You're looking live at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office, where the body of Miami-Dade Sheriff's Deputy Devin Jaramillo has arrived in that ambulance. This procession from Kendall Regional Hospital began about 20 minutes ago. Traffic was cleared along the turnpike along 836 going east to make the route a bit easier for this procession of law enforcement. And as you see on the left, it is indeed a very long procession. We saw officers arriving where the officer was taken as early as shortly after 5 p.m. this afternoon, and many of those officers camped out there awaiting word. Sadly, the news was tragic. We heard from Miami-Dade Sheriff Rosa Cordero Stutz about an hour and a half ago that Deputy Jaramillo had been shot and killed after a routine response to what appeared to be a routine traffic accident. He was shot and killed there by someone who then took their own life. And now we see the
flag-draped casket of Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Deputy Devin Jaramillo about to be removed from the ambulance outside of the medical examiner's office. We see members of Miami-Dade Fire Rescue getting out of the rig there to help remove the body. We see lots of gathered law enforcement. I'm assuming perhaps some family right there in the bottom of your screen. I do not know, but it is typical in situations like this that family does go out to the medical examiner's office. Sometimes they touch the casket. Sometimes they say a prayer, and they bow their heads, and they have their moment with their fallen loved one. In this case, it is 27-year-old Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Deputy Devin Jaramillo. Has been with the Sheriff's Office for about a year and a half. We see that salute now as his body has been removed from the ambulance and is about to be taken into the medical examiner's office. The only vehicle besides the motorcycles that actually could get in there, besides the other vehicles that were already parked, was that ambulance. But we know there was a long line of cruisers behind this ambulance making the drive for the last 30 or some odd minutes from the hospital to the medical examiner's office. There were hundreds of officers at the hospital waiting to salute, and there were several as well at the medical examiner's office. We just saw two gentlemen get out of the ambulance as well. Do not know who they are. One gentleman there does not appear to be in uniform, so I don't know if he is family or what the relation is, but potentially we know that Devin Jaramillo was a son and a brother and a friend, and there are some people walking in behind his flag-draped casket as they start to make their way into the medical examiner's office, some hand in hand, arm in arm, comforting and consoling each other during this absolutely devastating time for the Jaramillo family and for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office family.
As those officers there continue to salute, let's go now to CBS News Miami's Larry Seward, who has been there at the medical examiner's office for a while. Larry?
Yes, Jim, you're looking live. This is Northwest 10th Avenue. You see the officers in the street. This is the first time we've seen them leave that attention position in the street. Many of them headed toward their vehicles. Those passing by me, obviously very somber mood, acknowledging the moment here. The only words that we heard spoken here were attention and at ease. And there were officers, men and women from the City of Miami Police Department, obviously Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, Miami Beach Police had a number of officers here, Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. Obviously, there are paramedics involved in responding and trying to treat Officer Jaramillo here as well, standing here for the better part of an hour, making sure they were able to pay respects as his body brought to the medical examiner's office. About 40 minutes ago, we saw the Miami-Dade County Mayor, Daniela Levine Cava, walk down the middle of this street there, obviously to be at the medical examiner's office to presumably greet members of the family, members of the sheriff's office there at the medical examiner's office. She looked at me and nodded and put her hand over her heart, which is something we saw from a lot of the officers that were lined along the street here, planning to put their hand over their heart and salute, obviously, as Officer Jaramillo's body arrived here a short time ago. Jim, Lauren.
Larry, if you can hang tight for a second, because you just mentioned the mayor, and I want to read a statement that she just posted a few minutes ago on X. She wrote, quote,
Sure.
I am heartbroken to learn that Miami-Dade Sheriff's Deputy Devin Jaramillo, who was shot in the line of duty this afternoon, has tragically passed away. My deepest condolences go out to his family, loved ones, and colleagues. Our law enforcement officers perform an extraordinary and often dangerous duty, protecting our community with courage, dedication, and selflessness. Our entire community mourns this devastating loss and stands in solidarity with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office and all who risk their lives to keep us safe. You've been standing out there, Larry, with a lot of different officers, mainly I feel like from the City of Miami Police Department, but from others as well. Did you get a chance to talk to any of them, or just to get a sense of what they're feeling there tonight? I know this happened to an officer or a deputy from a different agency, but I'm sure this is a moment where all of them tend to reflect and say, this could happen to any one of us any given day simply while we are at work.
I'll share an anecdote with one of the Miami Beach police officers that was here, standing not 10 feet away from where I am on the curb, facing them, the medical examiner's office beneath that flag that's about 3 stories tall. And this is before Officer Jaramillo's body got here. And he looked at me and he came over, he shook my hand and he grabbed my arm and he said, this has been brutal for law enforcement. Obviously, Miami Beach losing an officer, a motorman here recently, and now this. It's tough to handle, is what he said, but it's something that the law enforcement community here, obviously moving forward together, but a very, very difficult night for them. No matter which agency they represent, there's a kinship with a fellow law enforcement officer here wanting to make sure that his family and that those close to him know that they are one, regardless of which agency they are with.
That is very apparent. Larry Seward reporting for us. Larry, thank you so very much. As we just saw, the body of Deputy Devin Jaramillo taken to the medical examiner's office. And again, this is the beginning of what figures to be a lengthy investigation into this incident. As we heard from CBS News Miami's Jim Devin, exactly what happened, what was the encounter between the deputy and the person or persons he encountered that resulted in this very tragic outcome.
There's still a lot we need to learn about what happened. Jim Devin also mentioned that suspect who has died will also be brought here to the medical examiner's office as this investigation unfolds. Still a very active scene from what we understand at the original scene at Southwest 128th Street and 122nd Avenue. We, of course, are going to stay on top of that scene to keep you informed of all the latest information there. We will continue to find updates on this story and bring them to you here on the CBS News Miami stream and at CBS News Miami at 11 o'clock. On behalf of the entire CBS News Miami family, our thoughts are with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office and the family of fallen Deputy Devin Jaramillo, 27 years old, and killed in the line of duty today.